Once again, good afternoon, racers. Staging lanes are now open. We are going to send cars down the racetrack at straight up 1 o'clock. If you would like a 4/10 Pro Tree for a test and tune run, you can bring your car to lane 7 or lane 8. If you prefer a 5/10 Pro Tree, lane 1 or lane 2 will work for you. If you're looking for a full tree, a 5/10 Sportsman tree, you're going to bring your car to lane 5 or lane 6. And fuel altereds, if you happen to want a test run before qualifying, lane 3 or lane 4. Staging lanes are open. Staging lanes are open if you want to bring your cars to the appropriate lane by category or by tree type. Bring them on. We'd love to see you going down the racetrack here on Test and Tune Day, day number 1 of Fuel Altered Chaos 2.0, presented by Larice Motorsports Insurance. Great day to be at the drags, and we are happy that you've chosen to be a part of it with us. Junior Dragsters, just to let you know, we did not forget you. We just included you with the 5/10. Junior Dragsters, you'll be lanes 1 and 2. Junior Dragsters, staging lanes are open for you. Those are staging lane 1 and staging lane 2. Once again, staging lanes are open. Junior dragsters lanes 1 and 2. Fuel altereds that want a test run, lanes 3 and 4. 5/10 full tree, lanes 5 and 6. 4/10 pro tree, lanes 7 and 8. Great day to be at Tucson Dragway. Happy to have you joining us. We are going to send some cars down the racetrack here in just a few minutes, as we have had a few answer the call. Every ticket is a pit pass, so if you want to take advantage of the opportunity to stroll up and down Fuel Altered Alley, plus go on a little further and check out all the cars and the stars of the American Nostalgia Racing Association. They are out in force, and this is going to be a great weekend of drag racing. You and your friends and family, everybody you know, love, and care about that likes to see hot cars in a straight line, this is the place to be. So let them know that it's on at Tucson Dragway. Biggest event of the month of May anywhere in Arizona. Have them come on out and join you for what promises to be a fantastic weekend. We did it back in November of 2025, had so much fun, we couldn't wait another year. So we inserted a second Fuel Altered Chaos race into the schedule. Came back for some more fun. This is Chaos race number 85 in its history. 83 of those were something else, but this is the second one of Fuel Altered Chaos, and it continues to be one of the best events that's been created in a long, long time. Larice Motorsports Insurance bringing you this event. If you have not already become a satisfied customer of Larice Motorsports Insurance, it's probably because you just haven't heard of them. There's a whole lot more time that your race car spends away from the racing surface than it does on the racing surface. It needs protection all of those other times of the day. It's on the racetrack for about a minute and a half at a time, probably 5 to 20 times a month. All those other times need to have those assets covered. Larice Motorsports Insurance, they are racers and they are insurance experts. We've got many stories of how our racers have had things happen between the racetrack and their shop. And that's the times that those things can take you out of the racing business quicker than something that happens on the racetrack in most occurrences. So you need to have your assets covered. You want to reach out to Larice Motorsports Insurance. That's L-A-R-I-S, Motorsports Insurance. That's their website too. Let them know that Chaos sent you. Get yourself a free quote. You will be favorably impressed, if not stunned, at how affordable it is to have your assets covered by Larice Motorsports Insurance. So be sure to give them a call. Check them out on their website. Click on the link for a free quote. They will answer you with an email or a phone call, whichever you select, and they will give you the information that you seek. Insurance is one of those things that you don't think you need it until you actually do need it. And at that point, you really wish you had pulled the trigger. Larice Motorsports Insurance bringing you the Fuel Altered Chaos 2.0 event from Tucson Dragway. We are happy to have them as a continuing supporter of the Chaos. They should be in your corner too. So racers got a little fire in the pipes on the first ones down the racetrack on this fabulous Friday afternoon at Tucson Dragway. Marvin Wolfmeyer. He's got the camback wagon on the right side of the center stripe in the American walk-in coolers lane. On the tower side in the 92.9, the Bull lane, the Ford Ranger pickup. Pickup double bulbs, the Vega easing into the stage. Beams, full tree countdown, and they are on their way. 13 thousandths red for the pickup. 59 thousandths green for the wagon. Scott Oxford with the gasser, set to go down that left side, 92.9, the Bull lane. 685 to the 660, 1096 at 106 across the 1320. Staging lanes open for a couple hours of test and tune. Junior Dragsters lanes 1 and 2. 4/10 Pro Tree Racers lanes 7 and 8. 5/10 Full Tree lanes 5 and 6. Altereds 3 and 4. White Malibu, alleged to be Bradley Acres in the American Coolers lane. 030 green on the Christmas tree. 8:14 to the half-track point. Across the finish line at 109.5 miles an hour in 12.61 seconds. Next up, a double shot of bow tie. The Chevy 2 in the 92.9, the Bull lane. Bright orange beast lines up next to the Vega hatchback in the American walk-in coolers lane. Driver stays, tree counts down, the Vega with the wheels up. Gets out front, the Chevy 2 in hot pursuit. Across the finish line, 1063, 124 to an 1150 at a 118.4 miles an hour down the left side. Fastback Mustang in the American walk-in coolers lane. 036 green light. Stops the clocks at 122.7 miles an hour in 10.847 seconds. Official event shirts for the second ever Fuel Altered Chaos event are available at the Chaos Trailer. Chaos Trailer is located between the tower and the pitside grandstands. It's a dead giveaway when you see all those banners that say Chaos. They've got the official event shirts. Big hat tip to the Racers of Arizona as they are prominently featured on those shirts. Father's Day coming up. You want to make sure that you get your Father's Day shopping knocked out this weekend. That way you know that the father, the grandfather, that special guy in your life, get something that they're absolutely going to love. Go by and see Mel and his team at the Chaos Trailer between the tower and the pitside grandstands. Find out what all they've got for you. The $3 Hot Wheels, the ear protection, the sunscreen. If you didn't bring sunscreen, that's what you need to make job number one, is to get yourself some sunscreen, because you're not going to feel too good tomorrow if you are unprotected after this beautiful day with all that direct sunlight hitting you. Chapstick, die-cast cars, hoodies, hats, event shirts, ladies apparel. They have got a whole lot that you want to see over at the Chaos Trailer between the tower and the grandstands, or if you prefer, between the tower and Fuel Altered Alley. Your attention, please, if you're racing ANRA, American Nostalgia Racing Association. If you're racing ANRA, you know who I'm talking to. I'm talking to you. You want to make sure that before the day is over, you come to the ANRA headquarters table to pick up your policy packet and get the waivers signed so that you can race. If you haven't already done that, you're going to need to do that before the day is over. Make sure you take care of that today at the ANRA headquarters trailer or table. 1955 Chevy on the tower side of the racetrack. And a Gen 1 Chevy Camaro on the highway side. 886, 152 in the Camaro, 906 at 152 in the shoebox. Dart swinger for all you Pentastar fans. Next car to make a quick trip down the 92.9, the Bull lane. Across the finish line, 11:07 the elapsed time, 121.4 miles per hour. Sixteen classes eligible to run in the American Nostalgia Racing Association. Nostalgia Eliminator 1 runs on a 760 index. Nostalgia Eliminator 2 runs on an 860 index. And Nostalgia Eliminator 3 runs on a 960 index. Those times are for 1,320 feet. Small block Chevy powered front engine dragster easing towards the infrareds in the American walk-in coolers lane. First dragster we get to see today. Across the finish line, 898, 149.09 miles an hour. Looks like an NE2 competitor. Next up, going to be a good-looking left steer roadster, also taking that right side, American walk-in coolers lane. And the roadster takes it to the top with a 998 at 135 miles an hour. Staging lanes remain open for test and tune. Junior dragsters lanes 1 and 2. 4/10 Pro Tree lanes 7 and 8. 5/10 full tree lanes 5 and 6. The extended cab S10 truck dropped to the ground. Got the supercharged power plant hiding under there somewhere. It's got to be in front of the driver, though. So you can see the injector hat coming up from that raised hood. Paul Cole ready to make a quick trip. Well, unfortunately, no time recorded on that run. So the preview of coming attractions was what you just heard. Coming from Fuel Altered Alley is the Nitro Burner. Doing a warm-up. Getting ready for that first qualifier coming up in the middle of the afternoon. Official schedule indicates the first round of qualifying is at 3:30. We will let you know if it's 3:30 or 3 o'clock in plenty of time. But just pay attention to the public address. Get yourself signed up on Go Dead On alerts. Or tune in to the radio station 103.1, and we will keep you up to date on all the latest. Got our first junior dragsters at the starting line. Dalton Akers is on the tower side of the racetrack. In 92.9, the bull lane. .1225 at 48.9 miles an hour down the right side. 1448 at 43.8 for Dalton. Safety crew making sure that our young competitors find that first exit and make it safely off the racetrack before we fire up another pair. pair of bow ties, pair of G-body bow ties. As a matter of fact, the Green Eggs and Ham Chevelle is on the tower side in the 92.9, the bull lane. Next to the later model Malibu in the American walk-in coolers lane. Both drivers with green lights on their side of the Christmas tree. Across the finish line. Tower side 1091 at 123 miles an hour. It's 1216 at 108.6. Down the right side. Ford came out with the Pinto in 1971. First version was just like that one, a two-door coupe. 998, 135.83 miles an hour. Quite a bit quicker, quite a bit faster than the original with a four-banger. Lots of trophies have gone home with teams running Ford Pintos since 1971. Once again, those of you racing in the ANRA, you're going to need to go to the ANRA trailer and get the waiver signed and pick up your policy packet. You're going to need to have that done before you can go down the racetrack. Make sure you get that done. We want to see you on the racetrack. But if you're running with the ANRA this weekend, you're going to need to have that waiver signed and pick up your policy packet. You do that at the headquarters trailer. The ANRA table is set up there. Make sure you take care of that before you attempt to come to the staging lanes. Please and thank you. Race fans, we want to remind you and racers to stay well fed and hydrated. We've got some great vendors here bringing you some great food, some ice cold beverages, some hot beverages if that's your style, some cold sweet treats, and some hot, savory, delicious items. Go by and see them at Coffee to Cones. They have got espresso. Tammy and Joe will fix you up over there. We've got Donut Blitz. I think that speaks for itself. SJ's Yummy Kettle Corn. Sam Willis, let them fix you up with some of that delicious kettle corn. And the burritos plus more at Gonzalo's Concessions. All on the pit side of the racetrack. Get yourself something delicious. Make sure that you stay well fed and hydrated because we have a lot for you to see this weekend. Don't want you to miss a single bit of it. Got a house full of these slingshot dragsters. Not all of them using supercharged big block propulsion, but some of them. We have got 3 rounds of fuel altered qualifying coming your way. Three o'clock, 6 o'clock, and 8:30 are those qualifying sessions for our fuel altereds. Those of you watching on the YouTube channel, the Tucson Dragway YouTube channel, happy to welcome you to the place where it's happening this weekend. Supercharged dragster on the way down that right side, stopping the clocks at 161.5 miles an hour, 8.15 seconds elapsed time. Got a couple of hours in test and tune for those that want to get a shakedown run on their cars before competition begins. That's what today's all about. Test and tune. We are assigning the lanes based on Christmas tree, mostly. Junior dragsters, you'll be in lanes 1 and 2. Racers, if you want a 4/10 pro tree, put them in lanes 7 and 8. 5/10 full tree, lanes 5 and 6. And if you want a 5/10 pro tree, not a whole lot of you want that, but if you do, lanes 1 and 2 are assigned for you. Those of you watching on the live stream, you can't see, like I can, the official event shirt from this weekend, the second Fuel Altered Chaos. But I'm telling you, those official event shirts, they are eye-popping. They are good looking. You're going to want to take care of the gearhead in your life with an official event shirt from the Chaos store. That's what you need to remember, www.thechaosstore.com. Because if you can make it to the track, which is really what you ought to do, but if you live in Alaska or someplace and you can't quite get here for this weekend's race, you can shop online, www.thechaosstore.com. You can shop from the comfort of your own home or from your sleeper if you're at the truck stop waiting for your hours to get renewed so you can hit the road again. We are testing and tuning. Got another Nostalgia Eliminator car ready to go down the track. Once again, this one in the American Walk-In Coolers lane, the altered. Ready to try on that side of the center stripe. See those zeros on the scoreboard right before they disappear? That's a perfect reaction time. 0, 0, 0 reaction time. People race all their life and never see those, but this one just got one. 8:73 the elapsed time across the 1320 at 152.88 miles an hour. Making a test run, getting ready for Nostalgia Eliminator 2 competition with qualification tomorrow and eliminations on Sunday. Trip number 2 down the racetrack for the Ford Ranger pickup, both times on the left side of the center stripe in the 92.9, the Bull lane. .828 across 660. 1292 at 106 across the 1320. The Mariposa Missile. Ah, yes, the Butterfly. Coming your way next in the 92.9, the Bull lane. One of our gasser class competitors. Scott Oxford. 034 green light. Streaking down the racetrack across the finish line with a 10:62 elapsed time at 125.9 miles an hour. The old school camback wagon. First generation Chevy Vega out of Team Wolfpack. This is Marvin Wolfmeyer. Leader of the pack, I'm going to say. Switches over from the American Walk-In Coolers lane to the 92.9 lane. 11:21, 117 miles an hour. It's a beautiful 90-degree day at Tucson Dragway. Got a little breeze from the north. Coming right into the faces of the drivers as they head down the track. Test and tune underway. We have got 3 rounds of fuel altered qualifying coming your way. 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and 8:30. We will set our 3 8-car fields for tomorrow's eliminations. The ANRA will be here in force tomorrow as their time trials and qualification runs will be taking place before they have eliminations on Sunday. We're going to be live streaming this on the Tucson Dragway YouTube channel today and tomorrow. Always better to be at the racetrack, but if you're so far away that you can't get here, tune in, Tucson Dragway YouTube channel. We'll keep you up to date. Your attention, please. There is no waiting in aisle 1, line 2, aisle 2, aisle 3, aisle 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8. If you want to go down the racetrack, we have got a wide open staging lane area for you. If you want to go down the racetrack in your junior dragster, bring it to lane 1 or lane 2. If you want a 4/10 Pro tree for your time trial, put it in lane 7 or lane 8. Full tree, 5/10 full tree time trials, lanes 5 and 6. And if you're a fuel altered that happened to want a test run before qualification, lane 3 or lane 4. Race fans, you're going to get a chance to hear that supercharged symphony of fuel altereds warming their cars before the qualification rounds begin at 3 o'clock this afternoon. So they will fill the air with some of those fragrant fumes from their supercharged power plants. And they'll tickle your ears if you happen to be standing right there. Every ticket is a pit pass, so if you want to see it up close and personal, you are invited to do so down on Fuel Altered Alley behind the pit side grandstands. On your way out there, be sure and stop by the Chaos trailer. Pick up those official event shirts. See what else they've got there. You might need a die cast or a Hot Wheels. If you did not bring sunscreen, you will definitely need some of that. Probably some chapstick too. With a little bit of wind coming in from the north. Be sure and check out the social media pages for Fuel Altered Chaos, Nitro Chaos, and Funny Car Chaos on Facebook, on YouTube, on Instagram, all those usual suspects for social media communication. Of course, Tucson Dragway, we've got that as well. If you haven't already liked those pages, make sure you follow and subscribe. Helps us out, helps us keep you informed on what's happening at the track and with the series. Always trying to do our part to keep you up to date on the latest developments as the season goes on. Of course, here at Tucson Dragway, we race in May, we race in June, and we shut it down for July and August because nobody wants to be outside in Tucson, Arizona in July or August. You know what I mean? But we'll kick it back off in September, racing through the fall and the winter. And of course, the next time that Fuel Altered Chaos is back in the house, it is going to be for that third event coming up November 6th and 7th later this year. The left steer roadster, plumb pretty. Lines up in the 92.9, the bull lane. Looking for a 960, I think. Pretty close. 961 with a 3. Being that close to the number, you get the opportunity to strut back to your pit. You just showed the way. So I've just been informed that the race officials, along with the ANRA, have done an altitude adjustment. The indexes are not 60s, they're 80s. So NE1 will be on a 780 cap, NE2 on an 880 cap, NE3 on the 980 cap, A, B, C, D, also on the 80 index. All right, this hot rod altered, ready to go down that right side lane. Supercharged fuel injected methanol burner ready to go down that right side lane. Going to see a lot of cars that look a lot like this one this weekend. Fuel Altered Chaos 2.0 at Tucson Dragway. .465 at 134.8 miles an hour. .107 to the 60-foot, 297 to half track. Pedaling it a couple of times and a .465 elapsed time at 134 miles an hour. We are testing and tuning at Tucson Dragway on a Friday afternoon. Everybody's getting off work and making their plans to head to the drag strip for qualifying for our Fuel Altered Chaos racers tonight. It's all test and tune for our ANRA competitors. ANRA with 16 different classes. They bring a great show with a whole bunch of great racers. It's going to be a fantastic weekend. Spending some time under the sun of the Arizona sky. Hot rods from all across the country. Paul Coleman brings the Chevy Malibu up for a run down that left side 92.9, the Bull lane. .031 reaction time, 9:79 the elapsed time at 137.7 miles an hour. Slingshot dragster ready for a quick trip down that American walk-in coolers lane. Long wheelbase, driver between the slicks. Nostalgia racing at its best this weekend at Tucson Dragway. .915, 116.9 miles an hour. Across the 1320, 525 at 110. Across the 660. And the Pinto down the right side. Off the throttle early. So, race fans, we are just under an hour before fuel-altered qualifying, the first of 3 sessions. We'll do those at 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and 8:30. First one coming up at 3 o'clock, so you're subject to hear a lot of these fuel-altered teams getting their cars warmed up in their pit area on Fuel-Altered Alley. So if you are of a mind to go watch some of that happening, pick up some hero cards, take some pictures, practice your social media skills, feel free to do so. The first of 3 qualifiers for our fuel-altered racers will be at 3 p.m., so just under an hour. In the meantime, our test and tune is open. If you race on a 5/10 full tree, you do not have to wait to be called by class. Just come to lane 5 or lane 6, and we'll get you down the racetrack. Full tree, 5/10 sportsman tree. So if you are running open wheel, hot rod, or sportsman, lane 5 or lane 6 will work for you. We're going to close the staging lanes at 2:45 while we do the fuel-altered first qualifier. Then we will open them back up. And if you run Nostalgia Eliminator 1, 2, or 3, and you take a 4/10 Pro tree, you're going to bring your car to lane 7 or lane 8 for test and tune. No need to wait for a call. Just come to the staging lanes. Junior dragsters, if you want to go down the racetrack, lane 1 or lane 2 will work for you. testing and tuning all day today. Tomorrow, the ANRA cars will be called by category for their time trials and or qualifying as appropriate. But today, it's open, test, and tune. You do not have to wait for your class to be called. Simply come to the lane. By Christmas tree type. 4/10 Pro tree lanes 7 and 8. 5/10 full tree lanes 5 and 6. Junior dragsters lanes 1 and 2. Also lanes 1 and 2, 5/10 Pro tree. The dragster goes 889 with a 9, 147.7 miles an hour in the 92.9 the bull lane. And the fastback Mustang. 1969, 1970, one of the two. Ready to go for a quick trip down the 92.9 the bull lane. Mustang across the finish line with a 123.5 mile per hour speed and a lapse time of 10.86 seconds. Next up, going to be on the opposite side of the racetrack, the Chevy Nova. .1145 at 121 miles an hour. Scott Oxford brings the missile back up for another trip down the 92.9 the bull lane. Friday afternoon test and tune. Fuel altered chaos at Tucson Dragway. Live and in person and on the live stream on the Tucson Dragway YouTube channel. Staging lanes are open for test and tune for another 30 minutes. If you want to make a test run, hey, there's Randy Mueller right there. Staging lanes remain open for test and tune for just over 30 more minutes. We will close them down for track prep for the fuel-altered first round of qualifying coming your way shortly. But we have got staging lanes open for test and tune for 31 more minutes. Four-tenths Pro Tree, lanes 7 and 8. 5/10 Full Tree, lanes 5 and 6. Junior Dragsters, lanes 1 and 2. 5/10 Pro Tree, also lanes 1 and 2. Race fans, if you've been out on Fuel Altered Alley, you know that there's a lot of thrashing going on with those teams getting their car ready for this 3 o'clock start time for the first of 3 qualifiers here today. Larice Motorsports Insurance bringing you Fuel Altered Chaos 2.0 at Tucson Dragway, the 85th race in the history of the Chaos franchise and the 4th Chaos race of 2026. We are testing and tuning. We've got Junior Dragster coming your way. Ready to make a trip down that right side American walk-in coolers lane. Down the right side to a 12:22 at 51 miles an hour flat with the Junior Dragster. ANRA running Junior Dragster 1, 2, 3, and 4 tomorrow. They also run a junior comp class. 1956. Beautiful black Chevy on the way down the right side of the center stripe. 234 red reaction time. 8:43 at 67 miles an hour across the 660. Test and tune on a Friday afternoon. We've got a pair of Malibu coming your way. Green Eggs and Ham across the finish line, 1089, 123.7 miles an hour. 1283, 104.5 miles an hour. Down that 92.9, the Bull Lane. At the finish line, 1296, 104.5 miles an hour. And the little Dust Devil whips up here at the starting line, picking up lots of straw and dust and dirt, easing it back towards the staging lanes area. You live where it's hot, you're going to see some of those. Once again, test and tune. We will close it off at 2:45. So that's 22 minutes, 23 minutes from right now. We'll close the lanes. So if you want to test and tune run before we stand down for track prep for fuel altered qualifying, bring it to the staging lanes. 4/10 Pro Tree staging lanes 7 and 8. 5/10 Full Tree staging lanes 5 and 6. Junior Dragsters lanes 1 and 2. And if you want a 5/10 Pro Tree, you will also be coming to staging lane 1 or staging lane 2. "22 minutes, and we will close the staging lanes for the first round of fuel altered qualifying. Qualifying at 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and 8:30 for our fuel altereds. That's what's coming your way, race fans. Racers, after that first go in fuel altered qualifying, likely to open the staging lanes back up for some more test and tune, depending upon the time. But we anticipate being able to do a little bit more test and tune after that first qualifier. ANRA racing their full slate this weekend. They're testing and tuning some today. Time trials and qualification tomorrow before race day on Sunday. One of our nostalgia eliminator competitors on the way down that right side American walk-in coolers lane. 004 reaction time at the starting line, and across the 1320 with a 949 at 142.2 miles an hour. Official event shirts for Fuel Altered Chaos available at the Chaos trailer. You will be able to see it pretty easily with those Chaos banners waving. It is located between the tower and Fuel Altered Alley, or if you prefer, between the tower and the pitside grandstands. So go by and see Mel and let him fix you up with the latest, greatest Chaos merchandise, especially the official event shirts for the second Fuel Altered Chaos. Lots of recognition for Team Arizona, as they are, of course, as always, well represented in Fuel Altered Chaos here at Tucson Dragway. The extended cab S10 with a supercharged power plant slams to the ground. Ready for another run down that right side American walk-in coolers lane. Had an unfortunate occurrence on their first run down the racetrack, as no time was recorded. So if everything goes well, we should get a chance to see what this little truck is capable of doing. So the wagon, Marvin Wolfmeyer, the old school Vega wagon, lines up next to the S10 truck. Well, troubles continue for the pickup. The Vega's on the way down that left side, 92.9, the Bull lane. Runs 11:24 at 116 miles an hour. "16 minutes and we will close the staging lanes. So if you want to get a test run, you should be hoofing it in a hurry to the staging lanes. We will open the staging lanes after the first round of Fuel Altered qualifying. So this is not the end of your opportunity for test and tune runs, just the end of your opportunities very shortly for test and tune runs in this particular session. Ford Ranger getting a workout today. Staged up and ready to go in the 92.9 the bull lane. 090 green light at the start. 827 to 660. 1081 to 1,000 foot. 1296 the elapsed time across the quarter at 104.8 miles an hour. Well, race fans, you can see the equipment and the staff have come out onto the racing surface. We are getting ready with track preparation for our first of 3 qualifying rounds for our Fuel Altered Chaos competitors. So the action on the racetrack is not going to be all that exciting unless you're really into track prep, and I know some of you are. But concessions are open. We've got hot, savory food. We've got ice cold beverages. We've even got sweet treats, hot and cold both. Whichever way you like them, we have got them for you. Go by and see them at Donut Blitz, Coffee to Cones, Yummy Kettle Corn by SJ, Gonzalzo's Concessions. Great food, cold drinks to help you stay well fed and hydrated and enjoy the day. I even saw a rolled ice cream trailer set up. I'm not sure what rolled ice cream is, but I bet it's great, and I bet with it being over 90 degrees outside, there's going to be a lot of folks interested in some rolled ice cream. We will be back in action at 3 o'clock with the Fuel Altereds. Fuel Altereds, this is your first call to the staging lanes. Fuel Altereds, first round qualifying, this is your first call to the staging lanes. So race fans, I just got educated on what rolled ice cream is, and I got to tell you, makes me want to go down and get some of that. The rolled ice cream, they've got the cold stone where they mix it, you know, like a marble slab or Cold Stone Creamery. I didn't know you could do this at a racetrack, but they have figured it out. They put the cream over that cold stone. They put the mixings in for what you like. And then they freeze it right there on the slab. And then when they scrape it up, it's kind of like a putty knife, but it rolls up. So don't want to make any comparisons to what it's like when they scrape the racetrack, because it's nothing like it, except that you put that scraper under and it kind of rolls up. But that cold, delicious taste treat at the rolled ice cream trailer, you're going to want to check some of that out, especially with it being 92 degrees here on Friday afternoon at Tucson Dragway. Go by and see them. Let them introduce you to the magic of rolled ice cream at Tucson Dragway. And of course, all of our concessions vendors are well equipped to make sure that you get a taste treat that you can remember through the weekend, because it was just that good. If you're not drinking plenty of water or sports drinks, make sure you're keeping some of those going into your body so that you don't miss one single second of the racing action that we have got for you here at Tucson Dragway this weekend. Fuel altered qualifying is starting at 3 o'clock, so we still got a few minutes. Track staff is out there with the inverter. They've put the gold dust down. They'll be applying the traction compound and making sure that the track is in tip-top condition. Of course, one of the things that was mentioned at the drivers' meeting earlier in the day was how good the staff at Tucson Dragway is at track preparations, not only getting it right in the beginning, but occasionally stuff happens, and you have to be able to put the racetrack back in condition so that both lanes are equal once those unfortunate events happen. Well, the staff at Tucson Dragway, their reputation just continues to be elevated in the racing community, because people come here and they race, they see the things that happen at other racetracks, but when they come back to the starting line and put their car down the racetrack, they discover that it was as good or better than it was before the unfortunate incident occurred. So hats off to the staff here at Tucson Dragway. They are doing a great job, and they will continue to do so. We are looking for some incredible performances from our fuel-altered racers, our ANRA racers in all categories. It's going to be a great time here this weekend. And, of course, this is the second time there has ever been a fuel-altered chaos. Thus far, fuel-altered chaos is a Tucson Dragway exclusive. The inaugural event back in November, man, the stands were full. People were several deep at the fence. The pits were full. The lanes were full. People watching on the live stream, it was a great time here at Tucson Dragway. We wound up with the first ever winner being Lyle Greenberg in the Cone Hunter, the Albuquerque, New Mexico racer who has relocated to the Lone Star State. Got a final round victory over the Speed Sport altered of Jimmy Kelso. That was in the CP Carrillo A field. In the Western Differential B field, Mitch Bowen's Rust Bucket from Prescott. Or do you say Prescott out here? I get my Arizonas and my Arkansas confused. Got a final round win over Kurt Duckworth all the way from West Virginia, scoring a victory for Team Arizona. And Reed Taylor got the win in the Luis Motorsports Insurance C field over Joe Lundberg with the Raw Valley car all the way from Sweden. And in the D field, the Texas Joker team, Smokey and Cassie Blanton took home the trophy and the bucks. The final round victory over the Nitro Chevy of Ray Stringer. So anticipating another great show here at Tucson Dragway with Fuel Altereds in the house in force. Their first time to take on the racetrack will be at 3 o'clock. So we are just about 21 minutes away from that happening. This is your second call, Fuel Altereds. All right, your attention, please. Staging lanes are closed other than for fuel altereds. So we will open the staging lanes after fuel altered qualifying. However, they are closed at the moment for test and tune. Track prep began just a little before we were anticipating, but we will have fuel altereds coming into the staging lanes, and we will be running them. Then we will open the staging lanes once again for test and tune. Fuel altereds, I'm looking for you in the staging lanes right now, please. Fuel altereds, you should be in the staging lanes for your first qualifying round. Fuel altereds to the staging lanes, please. Fuel altereds to the staging lanes for your first qualifier. All right, race fans, you can see that the track preparation equipment is coming back to its berth, and we will be running out the remaining cars that were in the staging lanes for their time trial. I need fuel altereds in the staging lanes for your first qualifier. Fuel altereds to the staging lanes now for your first qualifying round. Neil Westbrook, 1968 Chevrolet Camaro on the tower side of the racetrack in the 92.9 The Bull lane. Lines up next to Tim Gorman, 1955 Chevy. Big inch, big block Chevys, providing the motivation for both of these beautiful classic bow ties. Love the color combination on that 55 in the American walk-in coolers. And blue and gold on the tower side, also mighty good looking. Both drivers across the finish line, 881 and 888, as they are closely matched. Westbrook at 160 miles an hour, Gorman at 153 and a half with the 55. A pair of Nostalgia Eliminator Altereds coming up to the starting line. Fuel altereds lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8, please. Fuel altereds lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8. Left lane will be in 5 and 7. Right lane in 6 and 8. Fuel altereds lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8. 786, 169 miles an hour down that tower side lane. Trouble over on the right side lane. Trouble early on that one. 005 reaction time in the American walk-in coolers lane, but that was as good as it got. That altered is coasting down there in the shutdown area. Fuel altered, first round qualifying, lanes 5, 6, 7, 8. Justin Rathert from Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Fiat Topolino looks like it's going to be on the right side of the center stripe in the American walk-in coolers lane. Running out the end of our test and tune from the first session. Fuel Altered Chaos qualifying coming up here shortly. Justin with a good run earlier in the day, making his second test run. The primered Chevy Nova gonna line up next to Justin in the altered. Once again, staging lanes are closed for test and tune. The only thing I should have in the staging lanes right now is fuel altered, as their qualification round is about to begin in just a few minutes. Fuel altereds, lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8. Time to dance. Pro Tree flashes the altered away first, crosses the finish line at 151 miles an hour in 8.74 seconds. The Nova right there, 988, 137.3 miles an hour. T-Bone Thomas, the Mariposa Missile. 1956 Ford Custom Line. Takes that right side American walk-in coolers lane. Lines up with Steve Valdez in the 71 Chevy Vega. Vega was originally billed as the bright and shining star of the Chevrolet lineup in 1971. There's been a whole lot of Vegas in the world of race cars since 1971. 10:55 and 10:58 the elapsed time is both cars very closely matched, 125 plus miles an hour across the finish line. As the top end clears, our next one gets ready to strike the tires in the burnout box. Colin Porst from Joshua Tree, California, 1967 Chevy 2. It's the last year of the Gen 1 Chevy 2. 434 cubic inches of small block Chevy power. Taking that one down the racetrack to a 10:85 elapsed time, 122.6 miles an hour. 11:35, 119.7 miles an hour for Haley Hanger from Buena Park. Another of the California delegation here this weekend. Next up, the General Motors G-Body. Chevy Malibu on the way down that American walk-in coolers lane. 012 green light at the start. Good way to begin. 11:24 at 119.1 miles an hour. A good way to finish. Three available rounds of qualifying for our fuel altereds today. They can use one, they can use two, they can use all three. It is at their discretion. But all qualifying is done today. We will set our fields here on Friday night. Race fans, the anticipation is building as we've got staging lanes filling up with fuel altereds. We have got supercharged fuel injected nitro burners, supercharged fuel injected methanol burners. We have got the twin turbo fuel altered out there. We've got a great day at the drags, and it's going to be some kind of fun when we light these babies up. Looks like somebody's doing double duty today. Race fans, happy to have you here at Tucson Dragway as we've got a beautiful day for fuel altered racing, and we're going to light up some fuel altereds coming up here in just a few moments. Final call, fuel altereds. Final call, fuel altereds. First round qualifying. Lanes 5, 6, and 7 and 8. Test and tune just about to come to a conclusion. We have got, looks like Dalton Akers from Benson, Arizona, in the American walk-in coolers lane. Some of our younger competitors ready to go down the racetrack in test and tune mode. Race fans, test and tune. This first session just about done. I got a pair of junior dragsters. Looks like one more car maybe to go down the racetrack, and then it's going to get loud in here with fuel altered qualifying. The first of 3 rounds. Well, it got really quiet out there all of a sudden. So the junior dragsters shut off, and they will be firing those babies back up here momentarily. Just got to get the starter for the Acres car. That's quick. All right. Both junior dragsters under power. Both drivers deep staged. And the tree counts down. Tower side across the finish line with a 12:02 at 53.7 miles an hour. And in the American walk-in Coolers lane, 1540 at 41.25 miles an hour. Tucson Dragway, Tucson, Arizona. Happy to have you joining us on the live stream. And those of you that are here in person, really happy to see you for this first of 3 qualifiers in fuel altered that's going to be coming your way here momentarily. The first set of drivers getting suited up and strapped in as we are going to go qualifying in just a minute. Looks like we've got Don Ferguson from Huntington Beach, California, right along the coast there. Front engine dragster with 370 cubic inches of small block Chevy power. Racing this weekend brought to you by Justin Arias and all the professionals at CP Carrillo, as they are bringing the backing for the A field, our quickest 8 qualifiers. At our race in November, of course, it was an all 3-second field. Qualifiers 1 through 8 were all under 4 seconds, and man, it was a rocking good time. If you're needing rods or pistons, the official rod and piston of the Chaos franchise is CP Carrillo. You can find them online at cp-carrillo.com, or go ahead and go old school and give them a phone call. They are located out in California at 949-567-9000. Every part of the rotating assembly except the crankshaft, manufactured to exacting specifications by the professionals at CP Carrillo. Slingshot Dragster, the Nostalgia Racers, the ANRA, bringing a great looking bunch of race cars. As these teams, strong performers. This is Don Ferguson, 2010 Dyda chassis front engine dragster, Chevy power. Made a run a little bit earlier. Back half of the run was, shall we say, not wide open. This is a fast car here, running a Nostalgia Eliminator with the American Nostalgia Racing Association. They're in the house, and they are in force here this Friday at Tucson Dragway. It's going to be a great weekend. Qualifying tomorrow and eliminations on Sunday for our ANRA competitors. Ferguson going to have a lot better run this time. 747, 181.99 miles an hour. Made it look easy, didn't they? Beautiful pass down that American walk-in coolers lane. As the dragster heads for the exit, I hear the radio chatter reaching out to our emergency personnel in the shutdown area. It is time for the fastest cars in the house to bring their special brand of showmanship to those of you at Tucson Dragway here today, as the second ever Fuel Altered Chaos is ready to begin, presented by Larice Motorsports Insurance, and we're going to light up the first pair in the first of our 3 qualifying rounds. My name's David. I'll be your voice in the chaos for all of this racing action this weekend at Tucson Dragway. Looking forward to some special, spectacular times with each of you. This is one of those weekends that you're going to be able to say, I was there when, as this has got that kind of weekend written all over it. I want to say thanks to all of our media personnel for being here to document this event, to put it out on the live stream, to do the videography and the still photography, and do all those write-ups that will let people who weren't here see the action and read about it, watch it on the live stream, and watch it in video replay. Thank you for being here, all of you of the media. "92 degrees under clear skies at Tucson Dragway." This is KTCD FM 103.1 on your FM dial. This weekend, we've pirated your station. It's Chaos Radio. Fuel Altered first pair getting ready to come to life. We qualify 24. Qualifiers 1 through 8 will be in our A field, presented by CP Carrillo. Qualifiers 9 through 16 in our Western Differential B field. Qualifiers 17 through 24 in the Larice Motorsports Insurance C field. All that coming your way as we are just anticipating the race director letting us know that we are good to go, so the first pair can light them up. They will be bringing those cars to life. You'll see the long smoky burnouts, probably some backup girls doing their jobs with the fuel altered teams. We're going to do our best to bring you all this action on the Tucson Dragway YouTube channel. So the live stream fans out there, we're happy to have you tuned in. Looks like Reed Taylor from Indian Springs, Nevada, the Crazy T, winner from last year's C field, is going to be the first one down the racetrack in the American walk-in coolers lane. 23T with 521 cubic inches of Allen Johnson Performance Engineering Hemi providing the motivation. Got the win in the final round of the C field back in November over Sweden's Joe Lundberg. It was definitely a great race last November. We'll be back again in November for the 3rd Fuel Altered Chaos. We had so much fun in November. Could not wait to get back, so we just moved up that race 6 months so we could experience some more of that Tucson magic. So you don't have to wait very long to get your first taste of pop. The nitromethane fueled, fuel altered. It's where the fuel in fuel altered comes from. Side by side smoky burnouts and our first pair of fuel altereds ready to rumble and put those first numbers on the board. Brandon Seraphim on the tower side of the racetrack with the nitro burner. Lines up with Reed Taylor, the Nevada-based methanol-fueled car, the Crazy T. Just about ready as these drivers are easing their cars up to the infrared beams on our Porta-Tree timing system here at Tucson Dragway. Into the pre-stage go both drivers. Carefully making sure that they are at the exact point they want. Both drivers keeping their foot in it across the finish line. A 398 and a 402. Seraphim at 182 miles an hour with a nitro burner and 186.5 miles an hour for Reed Taylor's Crazy T. That was a 974 60 foot on the left side, 983 on the right side. Both cars in the 2.6 second zone across the half track point. 398 and 402, a great way to kick things off as they were picking them up and laying them down in a hurry. And Seraphim is in the number 1 spot. Reed Taylor goes to number 2. Not a bad way to kick things off as the drivers take their cars down the racetrack. One just under 4 seconds, one just over 4 seconds. They keep them on their side of the stripe and off the wall. Nobody doing what those awfuls sometimes do. And they put good numbers on the board. Seraphim number 1 at 398, Taylor number 2 at 402. So the crews will make their way down the return road to pick up their drivers as we get ready. Once we get the all clear from the top end of the racetrack, we will let the next pair know that it's time that they can fire theirs up. It's going to be Greg Holman from Kingman, Arizona in the right-hand lane. And it's going to be Keith Wilson from Chula Vista, California on the tower side. The Witch Doctor. If you remember the race in November, one of the best pictures came from the Witch Doctor. Talk about the flame show. Keith Wilson is ready to put that Topolino down the left side, the 92.9, the bull lane. And next to Greg Holman. Holman's got the carbon copy, beautiful altered, ready to go down the American walk-in coolers lane. Race crew always checking to make sure that things are just right on the racetrack. You see those mops in action. Just a teeny bit of fluid drippage off of that car coming back from the burnout. Another good-looking, good-running pair of fuel altereds at the starting line. 398, the number at the top of the qualifying sheet so far. Let's see what these teams have got for you. California on the tower side, Arizona on the right side. 3 bumps, then thunders the tower. It is shaking and rattling up here. 4:32 and 4:88 the elapsed times. Witch Doctor 196 miles an hour, 4.32 seconds. Holman with a 488 at 164.55 miles an hour. Witch Doctor goes to number 3 on the qualifying sheet. Carbon Copy number 4 at a 488. Man, did you feel that thump in your chest when the Witch Doctor left the starting line? Man, that was some kind of cool. We could feel it through the glass up here on the second story of the tower. That was some wow factor there, ladies and gentlemen. And that's part of what the Awful Awfuls do, is make an impression. Next up, it's going to be the one and only Rob Stysloff from Post Falls, Idaho, on the tower side of the racetrack in the 92.9, the Bull Lane. Lines up with Phil Flower from Mesa, Arizona, the Some Kind of Monster. Takes that American Walk-In Coolers lane. Phil Flower, a longtime friend of the Chaos brand, running his funny car in Funny Car Chaos competition at Albuquerque, and running his Fuel Altered here last year for the inaugural Fuel Altered Chaos. First time we've seen Rob Stysloff in Nasty Habit. So Nasty Habit and Some Kind of Monster bringing their special brand of magic to Tucson Dragway this first round of qualifying. One car under 4 seconds so far. Everybody down their side of the racetrack under power and with candles lit. Going from 398 to 488 so far. Race day number 1 of the second Fuel Altered Chaos presented by Reese Motorsports Insurance. To all of you watching on the live stream, we're happy you've chosen to be a part of it. What we've got going on with you today. The Nasty Habit team coming to us from Post Falls, Idaho. First time ever in Chaos competition. They're going to be running down the 92.9, the Bull Lane. Let's take a ride with Phil Flower in that Some Kind of Monster. He's got the Cadillac funny car. Both drivers with a little pedaling going on down there, but they get them across the finish line. 499 left side and 483 right side. So Phil Flower gets the better number, 150.7 miles an hour down the American Walk-In Coolers lane. And Stysloff, a 499 at 144.4 miles an hour for the Nasty Habit. Next up, going to be a Colorado team. Chris Vogel from Castle Rock. 48 Fiat with 540 cubic inches of Brad Anderson Engineering Hemi, providing the motivation for the car in the 92.9, the Bull Lane. The middle therapy car. Good looking ride. I tell you, the Fiat Topolino, a very popular body style for Fuel Altereds, and you can see why, as they've got that Amazing look. The No Mercy car. Gulping that pop in the American walk-in coolers lane. That's going to be Jeff Bennett making their first ever appearance at a Fuel Altered Chaos or a Chaos event of any type on the right side of the center stripe in the American walk-in coolers lane. Mental Therapy and No Mercy. The Winged Warriors coming your way. Race fans, our first round of Fuel Altered qualifying. Going great with quick performances, fast times. Great jobs by the backup. Thunders the Topolinos on the way down the racetrack. Left side with a 404, right side 418. Vogel 173 miles an hour with a 991 60 foot. That'll be good for the number 3 qualifying time. Over on the right side, Jeff Bennett, No Mercy with a 418. Big speed down that American walk-in cooler side, 184.4 miles an hour. So that will keep them in the A field for the moment, as they are definitely in the quick 8 so far. 111 to the 60 foot for the No Mercy car, 285 to the half track with a 418 across the finish line at 184 miles an hour. Mental Therapy team out of Colorado, good performance, 991 60 foot, 264 to half track, goes 404 across the finish line at 173 miles per hour. So we've got 398, we've got 402, and now we've got 404 on the board with our Fuel Altereds in qualifying. As the race crew is going to be checking everything out, making sure we are good to go. They've got the mops out. They are checking every bit of the racetrack to make sure there's no runs, no drips, no margin for error. And once they have determined that we are good to go, then we will light up another pair. But great runs so far by all of the teams that have brought their cars to the starting line for this first qualifying run. Larice Motorsports Insurance bringing you the second Fuel Altered Chaos event in history. Both races taking place here at Tucson Dragway. We've got fans from all across the country, racers from all across the country, showing up at Tucson Dragway to make sure that they don't miss a thing of this second Fuel Altered Chaos event. Going to see people that love some drag racing joining us for the race. You're going to see Nitro Kevin down there next to the fence. Be sure and see Nitro Kevin and his dad as they have got the raffle going on this weekend. Be sure and flag them down. And in the process of getting pictures made, go ahead and get some of those raffle tickets, as they are ready for you. With lots of those raffle tickets, you could be going home with something special from Nitro Kevin. Next up, on the tower side of the racetrack, looks like we're going to have Clint Barnett from Hayesville, Kansas. The 23T, the Rat Wagon with 540 cubic inches of big block Chevy power. Motivating that baby down the racetrack. the distinctive sound of the Nitro Hemi, or the Nitro Chevy, as the case may be. Kevin Knowles with a nitro burner, the Say What car. If you check out the official event shirt from Fuel Altered Chaos, you'll see that car that's in the right lane prominently featured on the official event shirt. So this car the Nissan Knowles car put a big 3-second performance on the board at the November event. And it may not have been unexpected for them, but it certainly was for their opponent. Kevin Knowles from Surprise, Arizona, put a 385 at 172 miles an hour on Vince Carstetter. They qualified at a 407. That nitro burner is going to be going down the same lane they ran the 385 in back in November. Let's see what kind of number this Say What car out of Surprise, Arizona can put on the board. Tower side, the Rat Wagon. Beautiful car. Big block Chevy power, easing towards those infrared beams. Got a top bulb lit. Now Altereds do what Altereds do. Look at that 397 at 188.45 miles an hour. The Say What car from Surprise, Arizona goes to number 1 on your hit parade. 397, 188 miles an hour. What a pass down that right side. A 101 to 60 foot, 265 to the half track. That's where the front wheels went in the air. And Kevin had to settle it down just a little. And he goes across the finish line with a 397 at 188 miles an hour. Takes that number 1 spot on the qualifying list. Not a bad performance on the tower side either for the Rat Wagon. Clint Barnett, a 110 60 foot, 306 to half track at 168 miles an hour across the finish line to put on another stout run and get themselves sitting pretty going into that second round of qualification coming up soon. So a brand new number 1, the team out of Surprise, Arizona, representing the home state quite well with a 397. And now we've got 2 cars under 4 seconds. We're just getting warmed up. Although it doesn't take long to get warmed up in Tucson, Arizona, that's a fact. So you can see the red lights flashing on that Porta-Tree Christmas tree. You can also see that some of our teams are pulling their cars back to the pits. Give you a chance to see what they look like after they go so fast. Show them some love, race fans. I know you appreciate what they do. Yes, you're ahead of me. Man, when you feel the thunder that these teams bring to Tucson Dragway, you know exactly why you're here and why you're coming back tomorrow with friends. All right, so we have got red lights off. Looks like we are good to go. And our next car that's about to light, Rich Nasby from Tucson, Arizona, one of the hometown race teams. 540 cubic inches of Hemi power in the altered on the tower side of the racetrack. And it's going to be Randy Mueller from Floresville, Texas, near San Antonio. He and Van Heskett have got that Ford altered ready to represent the Blue Oval fans of this world. They call the car the Nightmare. Randy is dialed in over on the right side of the center stripe in the American walk-in coolers lane. Rich Nasby on the tower side in the 92.9, the Bull lane. So we're ready. Chaotic on the tower side and Nightmare on the right side. First round fuel altered qualifying with the 3-second numbers coming up on the board. So far, these teams showing up. Green lights on both sides. The Chaotic car on the left side with a 422 at 172 miles an hour. And the Nightmare down the right side to a 587 at 111.9 miles an hour. Another low 4-second performance on the scoreboard. So the Chaotic team from right here in Tucson, Rich Nasby, puts that 422 on the board. We're getting enough of those low 4-second and high 3-second runs on the board that's probably flirting with number one in the B field right about now. Still shaking it all out. Pat Neal is going to be up next on the tower side with another team out of Tucson, Arizona. Pat Neal driving David Sharp's Pinball Wizard. Qualified number 7 in 2025 with a 440 at 176 miles an hour. Had some crazy things happen, breaking the wheelie bar. Had to withdraw from competition, but it's a beautiful race car. It's quick, it's fast, it is accomplished. And it's named after one of my personal favorite songs and definitely my favorite rock opera. Of course, talking about Tommy. Those of you that played in the band in the 1970s, playing that overture from Tommy, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The sheep herder, Kyle Huff, takes that right side lane, and the Pinball Wizard takes the left side lane. Talk about your teams to draw to. They got lots of fans, and you don't have to hang around very long to see why. The quality of the craftsmanship in the construction of these race cars, and they are not just pretty, not just a pretty face. You're about to find out just how quick and fast they are and how much fun they bring to the racetrack. Of course, if you're at a chaos race for the first time, maybe you haven't heard, but if you're at a chaos race for the second time or anything more than that, you know that rule number one is to have fun, and we're going to have some fun right here, right now. Pinball Wizard Pat Neal into the pre-stage. The Nitro car, the sheep herder, over on the right side. Kyle Huff turns on the top bulb. There's 3 bulbs lit. The Nitro car goes to the high side, turns. Thunder time. Whoa! Altereds do what altereds do, and the sheep herder goes crazy over on the right side, got in some fluid and spun around, goes into the wall there on that right side. It was a good thing that the Pinball Wizard had its trouble and was not on the way down the racetrack, staying safe and clear from the carnage that was taking place out in front of him in the American walk-in coolers lane. So the crew is on it as the emergency teams are rolling to check on Kyle Huff. so that you can see the remaining qualification runs tonight. But if you're tuned into the live stream, we apologize, but we did have a crash that took out the camera system. So we will bring it back to you if we can, and we thank you for your understanding. Attention in the pits, fuel altered. Fuel altered is lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8, please. Fuel altered second round qualifying, lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8. Once again, fuel altered second round qualifying, lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8. Go ahead and start making your way to the staging lanes for the second qualifier. Fuel altered, lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8. Attention in the pits, fuel altereds to the staging lanes, please. Lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8. Fuel altereds to the staging lanes, please, for your second qualification round. Lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8. ANRA, you will be called to the staging lanes after this second round of fuel altered qualifying for your test and tune time trial runs, which you didn't get a chance to do just a little bit ago. Fuel altereds to the staging lanes, fuel altereds to the staging lanes. So low qualifier, Kevin Knowles, one of the cars that's on the shirt, the official event shirt for the second Fuel Altered Chaos event. Those are available over at the Chaos merchandise trailer. Let Mel and his team fix you up with as many of those as you need for your family. Father's Day coming up very soon. You're going to want to make sure that you make the gearheads in your life happy with some of that merchandise from the Chaos trailer. Low qualifier Kevin Knowles of 397 and Brandon Seraphin number 2 at 398. Those two cars were the only ones under 4 seconds, but several knocking on the door. Reed Taylor with a 402, Chris Vogel with a 404. Jeff Bennett holds down the number 5 spot with a 418. Mitch Bowen just unleashed that 422 at the end of that first session. Finally got a chance to take the track and puts a 422 on the board. Good for number 6. And Rich Nasby, 422 also, him with a 5. Qualifies in the number 7 position, just ahead of Keith Wilson's 436. Good for number 8. Number 1 in the B field right now, Clint Barnett in the Rat Wagon, a 453. Phil Flower, number 2 at 483. Greg Holman, 3 at 488 with a 1-3. And 4th, John Brewer, 488 with a 1-7. Rob Stysloff, number 5 at 499. Randy Mueller, number 6 at a 587 in the Nightmare. Pat Neal in the Pinball Wizard took the tree, didn't get all the way down the racetrack as there was quite a lot of things happening in front of him, and it wound up being a good thing that the Pinball Wizard wound up stopping before the half-track point, as there was a lot of carnage up there past him in that right side lane. So we will bring our fuel altereds to the staging lanes for their second of 3 qualifiers tonight. We have had 17 cars show up. 18 cars actually to show up so far and make an attempted run. A couple of those we feel pretty confident will not be back. One we know and one we're pretty sure. But we've got several teams that opted out of that first qualifier. So we'll get a chance to see them make their first run in this second qualifying round coming up here in just a few moments. You can see that the fluid removal has taken place in the American walk-in coolers lane, and the tractor comes out doing the broom and drag down that right side, getting ready to unleash these fuel altereds on the racing surface for the second of 3 qualifiers, to be followed shortly by the ANRA time trials. So that's what's coming your way. To all those who are tuning in on the live stream, we appreciate you bearing with us while the technical crew went to work putting things back together for the camera for broadcasting on the live stream on the Tucson Dragway YouTube channel. Seeing some great shots, some great video coming from the Tucson Dragway live feed. We are glad that you're getting a chance to experience that wherever you may be. We've got Nitro Mike in the house with the PT Cruiser wheel stander, chomping at the bit to make some runs. And after this second round of fuel altered qualifying, we'll do a little test and tune with our ANRA competitors sometime between the end of the second qualifier for fuel altereds and the beginning of the third qualifier. Nitro Mike is going to come out here and show you what he can do with with the wheel stander, the PT Cruiser. You're going to love that. If you haven't seen that one, you are in for a treat. We have definitely seen some great performances from the fuel-altered contingent. We've got some that haven't run yet. Maybe they are waiting for the sun to be closer to that western horizon. Maybe drop the temperature just a little bit and give them the chance to put a number on the board that we haven't seen yet. We know that we've got some heavy hitters here. Anxious to see them get down the racetrack, put up some numbers in fine style. It's the second fuel-altered chaos. November's inaugural was such a hit with qualifying 4 fields that we just about decided that we couldn't wait until the next November to do another fuel-altered chaos. So this one was put on the schedule. And it's only in the 90s here, so we are putting this one on the schedule to help fill the schedule in May. And, of course, we'll race in May and June before shutting down for July and August when the hottest of the hot months in Arizona. Part of what's going on here. So we will do that. Take a couple of months off with July and August and get back to racing in the fall with September. The schedule will go back to full. And, of course, as we get towards the Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays, shortly before Thanksgiving, we will be running the third fuel-altered chaos. That is on the schedule for November 6th and 7th. Fuel-altered chaos 3.0. This event brought to you by Larice Motorsports Insurance, our good friends down in Louisiana. We talked about it earlier. There's all kinds of things that can happen to your car on the racetrack. However, there's way more time for your car to have something happen away from the track than on the track. Larice Motorsports Insurance is here to help you with exactly that. If you're not covered, protecting your assets, you need to at least do yourself a favor and reach out to Larice Motorsports Insurance to find out how well they can protect your assets. It doesn't take a whole lot. Somebody that is entirely out of your control could hit your transport on the way to or from the racetrack. There could be other things that I could enumerate, but rather not. But those things could take you out of racing very quickly if you don't have the backup of the insurance from Larice Motorsports Insurance. L-A-R-I-S, that's how they spell it. Larice Motorsports Insurance. They are insurance professionals. What they normally insure is things in the multi-million-dollar range in the offshore oil field world, plus a whole lot of other things. So they are very definitely experts in the world of insurance. They also happen to be racers, so their heart is very much into drag racing and drag racers. So they want to help you protect your investment and keep things moving so that you can continue to race. And some unfortunate event in the trailer, away from the track, or even at the track that's not on the track, can keep you from being out of the racing business, because we know you really want to stay in the racing business. Once it's in your blood, it's in your blood, and you really want to have your team at Larice Motorsports Insurance there to protect your assets. So do reach out to them. Let them know that Fuel Altered Chaos sent you. Get a free quote. It costs absolutely nothing to find out how little it could cost to protect your investment, your transport, your trailer, your tools, your spare parts, your race car, your spare car and parts. All of those things are not covered by your normal insurance, but they will be covered by Larice Motorsports Insurance if you so specify. So let them know how much you would like to stay a racer and let them protect your investment. Give them a call at Larice Motorsports Insurance. Of the cars that have recorded a time, we go from 397 to 587. 398 and a whole bunch of 4-second performances in between there. And the temperatures begin to cool. The fuel altereds make their way to lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8. We can't wait to see what they've got for us as they unleash them in the second round of fuel altered qualifying. A full day on the schedule for you tomorrow. It starts at 9 a.m. with a non-denominational chapel service taking place in the grandstands closest to the tower on the pit side. Then at 10 o'clock, we will begin with the time trials and qualification runs for our ANRA classes. Opening ceremonies for the feature show will be at 1:45 tomorrow afternoon, and 2 o'clock. Round number 1 of Fuel Altered Chaos will commence with the A field leading things off. At the conclusion of today's racing, we will have all the qualification lists done, and we will have the elimination fields laddered. That will be posted on social media. And for those of you here on the track, it will be posted in various locations around the track, including at the Chaos merchandise trailer. Semifinals will be at 4:30 with the wheel standard making an exhibition run there. Final rounds at 7 p.m. ANRA time trials and qualifying should be concluded by the time the fuel altered finals take place. If not, we will knock the rest of that out. And then on Sunday, ANRA eliminations begin at 9 o'clock. Well, race fans, we are just about to get to it. We've got fuel alters in the staging lanes. Those of you with a fuel altered, if you're not already in lane 5, 6, 7, or 8, we are waiting for you. Not long, though. Be sure and bring them to the staging lanes. Hey, you want to shout out our live stream audience, let you guys and gals know how much we appreciate you being here with us. We're about to bring you what you came for with Fuel Altereds, taking center stage, coming up here in just a few moments. Got a note from Gene Grant, announcer extraordinaire that you may remember from Albuquerque Dragway. He's tuned in watching, sends his best wishes to all of those in Chaos Nation and in Tucson Dragway Nation. And a whole bunch of you watching on the live stream obviously know my good friend Gene Grant, one of the best in the business. Jet Car George is watching from up near the Great Lakes Dragway area in Wisconsin. Shout out to our friends in Mississippi. They never miss a show. So all the Mississippi Mafia team. Burnin' Love and Gambler. All those good gasser friends of ours down there in Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama. Thanks for tuning in. Dina Stevens and the crew from Colorado tuned in. Gary and Susan Doak might even have a few Austins watching. Maybe even some Hills watching from Indiana and from Colorado. If you're watching on the live stream, thank you very much for tuning in. Feel free to hit us up. So the traction compound going down as the fluid removal has taken place. The broom and drag action is done. The sticky stuff going down, and it's going to be time for Fuel Altered second round qualifying coming up here in just a little bit. Kevin Knowles got his car on the official event shirt, and right now that car doing what it does, which is launch hard, stick to the racetrack, and pick up the front wheels at half track, just like he did last year. One of the reasons so many people love that surprise Arizona car, I call it Say What. It doesn't have a name on the side of it, but I just call it Say What. Brandon Serafin, the other 3-second car, beautiful machine and a strong performer, the first car under 4 seconds in today's racing. And Reed Taylor was the guy that won the Seafield at the first ever Fuel Altered Chaos event. Reed Taylor was the guy that won the race to the staging lanes, as he was the first car fired up and ready to go down the track. He put a 4:02 on the board at in the early going. Chris Vogel's 4:04 has him number 4 in that CP Carrillo A field at the moment. So we're seeing the equipment come off the racetrack, the crew members getting in place, and just as soon as the race director inspects everything and says we're good to go, and it's going to be time to put some fire in the pipes. Fuel Altered Q2 at Tucson Dragway with the second ever Fuel Altered Chaos coming your way. The shadows starting to extend across from the grandstands toward the racetrack. Haven't made it all the way over there yet. But once they do, and that track temperature starts to cool as well as the air temperature, these supercharged and turbocharged cars might just like that, and they will respond accordingly. So might we have some other cars join that 3-second club? I wouldn't bet against them. It is Fuel Altered Friday night at Tucson Dragway, the place where Fuel Altereds have been at home for a long time. 70s, 80s, even the 60s, Fuel Altereds were a big deal, and they were a big deal nowhere more so than Arizona. So that made Tucson the perfect place to have Fuel Altered Chaos. First one proved the concept, and so here in 2026, we're going to bring you a little bit more. And then in November, we're going to bring you even more. It's the Fuel Altereds in force racing, and once we get to November, we've already got word from some of those teams in the Midwest. They want to come out and play Fuel Altered with some of these teams from the Southwest and the West Coast. So it promises to be a phenomenal event 2-3 weeks before Thanksgiving with that Fuel Altered Chaos 3.0. Drivers are suited up and ready for the race director to tell them it's time to go. When that happens, it's going to get loud and pungent. In the starting line area, we're going to see some great performances from some great teams. Can't wait to see how it unfolds here on Friday night at Tucson Dragway. Next on our schedule, we're going to be up in the Midwest on the north side of Ohio at Summit Motorsports Park for the inaugural Chaos Super Nationals. It'll be Funny Car Chaos and Nitro Chaos in force at one of America's favorite drag strips, Summit Motorsports Park. Of course, the lifelong project of our good friends, the Bader family. Can't wait to join them up there. Word is that ticket sales have been brisk as people are looking for some of that chaos magic to go along with that Summit Motorsports Park magic that has always been a part of it. Hey, everybody looking for some ice cream and some good times at the inaugural Chaos Super Nationals. And the weekend after that, we come back down to the southwest to Odessa, Texas at Penwell Knights Raceway for the West Texas Funny Car Shootout. Going to be fun down there with Gary, JB, and all the team from Penwell Knights Raceway. I bet there's probably some folks from the Permian Basin tuned in on the live stream. Happy to have you all joining us. Maybe even old Alan Bradshaw. Well, it's a birthday weekend for some good friends of ours, and it may not be today, but it's within a few days. So happy birthday, Scott Parizo, Joe Mondon, Rachel Hoffman, Bob Snyder, Levi Keenan, Mike Eubank, Dana Kleinhofer, Keith Jackson, Tommy Droz, Bubba Hickson, Bubba Corzine, and Trey Whitco, a.k.a. Nitro T. Happy birthday to all of you watching on the live stream that have a birthday. For those of you in the house, if it happens to be your birthday this weekend, thank you for having your party with us at Tucson Dragway. We're going to light some candles for you here in just a few minutes. Well, the data is filling in, and our first pair is going to be Greg Holman and Chris Vogel, an Arizona team and a Colorado team. First pair of fuel-altereds to fire up in this second fuel-altered chaos qualifier. Greg Holman from Kingman, Arizona is going to be on the tower side of the racetrack in the 92.9, the Bull lane. 23T with 540 cubic inches of supercharged fuel injected. Methanol burning V8. Chris Vogel from Castle Rock, Colorado. The Topolino with another 540 cubic inch engine. Brad Anderson Engineering providing that billet aluminum for the power plant of Chris Vogel. As the sun heads toward the west, the altereds are heading towards the north. Chris Vogel, mental therapy, takes that right side lane. Brought to you by American Walk-In Coolers. And Greg Holman, the carbon copy. This was one of the first cars I saw when I came onto the property last night. Good looking ride with that Mono strut wing behind the roll cage. That big high injector hat for the driver to look over and around. Both of these teams put good numbers on the board. Vogel ran 4:09 in the mental therapy, and Holman ran 4:88 in the carbon copy. Let's see how the cars like the current conditions. Maybe put up a bigger, better number on the board. Or if they stay consistent, no crime to stay consistent and be able to know exactly what your car is going to do. All right, into the pre-stage goes the carbon copy, mental therapy. There we go. Spinning the tires over on the right side and spinning them on the way further down the road. Whoa, 431, 142. Man, 431, 142, but that one got away from him at the finish line. Almost. Chris Vogel with some spinning up here in the low end of the track. Will not improve. He goes through with an 804 at 57 miles an hour. Greg Holman's 431, a lot of improvement. Picking it up from a 488 on the previous run. But it could have been even more, as that car got way sideways out there. They will be doing a serious inspection on that car, looking for the seat cushion once they get it back to the pits. So Holman moves all the way up to the A field with the number 8 position. 431 with a 2, good enough for the 8th position in the CP Carrillo A field. Chris Vogel stays number 4 on the sportsman ladder. If it stays this way, they would race each other in the first round of fuel alternate eliminations. Just to be real candid with you, I don't expect it to stay that way. But that's how it is right now. So Vogel, 404, stays number 4. Holman moves up the 431. Dropped 57 hundredths off of his previous best run and goes 431 to jump in the A field. Race crew checking everything out there on the right side of the center stripe as we get ready for Rob Steislav. Next up in the American Walk-In Coolers lane, Rob currently sits number 14. Actually, all things considered, number 13 on the qualifying list. Ran a 499 on the previous run. Phil Flower is going to be on the tower side in the Some Kind of Monster. Flower's previous best run was a 483 that has him number 11, or number 3 in your Western Differential B field. All right, race director says we are good to go. So there's fire in the pipes. On Friday night, Idaho, Post Falls, home for Rob Steislav. And Mesa, Arizona, home for Phil Flower on the tower side. .472 cubic inches of supercharged V8, providing the power for the nasty habit on that right side of the American Walk-In Coolers lane. Steislauf trying to get the car to go into reverse. Does so. Phil Flower in the monster, some kind of monster. Waiting here on the tower side in the 92.9, the Bull lane. Drivers will make sure that they've got everything buttoned up. They'll bring him to the starting line. And we're going to see what kind of performances these two can put on the board. 499 best run for the car on the right side. Both teams looking to move up. Flower Nasty Habit down that right side to a 470, drops 29 hundredths off of his best run earlier. So that 470 at 146 miles an hour is going to move them up on the qualifying list. And Phil Flower's monster, some kind of monster, has a problem and comes to a stop before the finish line. So no improvement there, as they will stick with the number that they had. 104 60 foot for Flower, 108 60 foot for Steislauf. So Rob moves up to number 11 and Flower at number 12. So Steislauf bumps Phil from 11 to 12 by taking the spot. 470 and 483, their best elapsed times. So the red lights come on. The crew brings some equipment out to help Phil Flower get his car off of the spot it stuck in there. So we knew there would be some shuffling going on, and it's already begun. Greg Holman makes a big move up. Rob Steislauf makes a big move up. Stay tuned for some more of that qualifying elapsed time position shuffling to go on. As they work on getting the car off the racetrack, I'll let you know that our next pair coming up is going to be Jeff Bennett from Lake Havasu, Arizona, on the tower side of the racetrack, currently qualified number 5. And over on the right side of the Christmas tree, it'll be Rick Nasby from Tucson, presently qualified number 7. Bennett put a 418 on the board in the first round of qualifying, and Nasby put a 422 on the board in the first round. And so there's some kind of monster on the way to the exit. Next pair of fuel altereds just about ready to rumble. 418 and 422. So this pair closely matched in performance in the first run down the racetrack. We're seeing several cars improve their performances from what they did earlier in the day. Will we see that in this pair? Let's watch. Jeff Bennett, tower side. Rich Nasby on the right side. T-Bucket, 540 cubic inch Hemi in the American walk-in coolers lane. Jeff Bennett's Topolino, 498 cubic inch TFX Hemi, providing the motivation. Looks like we are getting really close to lighting up this pair. Three opportunities to go down the racetrack on Fuel Altered Friday night here at Tucson Dragway. Just about clear on the top end of the racetrack. And showtime, about to restart. And we got the all clear, and we are 100% good to go. Jeff Bennett in the 92.9, the Bull lane. Rich Nasby, American walk-in coolers lane. Hear that unmistakable sound of the supercharged fuel-injected nitro burner. Pop in the tank. Gonna send those fumes out the zoomies that'll make you emotional, or you'll look like it. They will definitely bring some tears to your eyes as they burn your sinuses. No mercy. First time in chaos competition. With a strong number on the board their first time down the racetrack. Burns out. Starts to bring the car back. Rich Nasby is going to take that right side lane in the chaotic T-Bucket out of Tucson. Qualified number 8 in 2025, ran in the B field. Had a best run last year, 419 at 155. Right now, that car is qualified in the number 7 position. Rich Nasby with a 422. 300ths behind what it qualified at the 2025 race. Let's see if they can step them up. 4-ball flip. Thundering down the racetrack, and there it is, 416 and 419. 174 miles an hour for Nasby on the American walk-in cooler side after a 103 60 foot and a 275 to half track. On the tower side from Lake Havasu, Arizona, Jeff Bennett's No Mercy runs 108 to 60, 282 to half track, and a 419 at 166.7 miles an hour. So thundering down the racetrack here at Tucson Dragway, putting those numbers on the board. Nasby, 416, number 5. Bennett, 418, number 6. A good way to go right there. The 419, not an improvement for Bennett. His 418 keeps him in the 6th spot, but Nasby moves up to number 5 with a 416. So the methanol-fueled Hemi does its job in the American Walk-In Coolers lane. Knocks 500s off their previous best performance and moves up the list. Bump spot in the A field right now. Greg Holman's 431. Low qualifier, Kevin Knowles, 397 in the Say What. Part of what you love to see when you're watching fuel altereds is those nitro cars, and you feel that compression in your chest when the nitro cars hit the throttle. It's a rush of excitement. That's one of the reasons that so many of us have been coming back for 50 years, some of us more. So, speaking of your number 1 qualifier, Kevin Knowles is about to take on the racetrack in the 92.9, the Bull Lane. This is number 1 and number 2 qualifiers, the only cars under 4 seconds so far. Spare change. Name on the side of that 32 Bantam with the 482 Hemi doing motivating on that right side. Brandon Serafin, Corona, California. Kevin Knowles, Surprise, Arizona. 500 cubic inch TFX Hemi, 34 Ford Coupe. These two went down the racetrack, both of them, with 3.9 second runs. Knowles ran 397, Serafin ran 398. So what better to do than put them side by side? Wonder if they got a little side action going on with this match, since they're the only 2 3-second cars so far. Top of the qualifying. Man, that Say What car loves to pick up those wheels, gets to the finish line with 389 to a 398. That spare change car is consistent. Their second 398 of the weekend, but look at the Say What. 389, 186.99 miles an hour, a 972 60-foot, 259 to the half-track point. And, of course, that car is one of those great ones to watch on your video as it pulls those front wheels off the surface. I don't know how many times down the racetrack, but driver Kevin Knowles is somehow able to keep it herded in a straight direction and crosses the finish line first with the best performance of the weekend. 389. He was number 1. He stays number 1, just puts a little distance between himself and the rest of the field. How about it, race fans? Show them some love. What about it? Side by side, 3-second performances. The spare change car from California was off the starting line. First 088 green to the 157 green for the Say What. Kevin Knowles began to reel him in and was ahead by the half-track point as he was contending with the wheel stand, as those front wheels were not on the ground. But he was able to feather it just right and keep it hooked up and on their way down to the finish line with a 389 at 186, just about 187 miles an hour. Stays number one and looking great. 397 or 389 and 398 down the racetrack. The 397 was what Kevin Knowles ran the first time. Drops 800ths off. Stout performance. Man, that was some kind of fun to see in this second round of qualifying for our fuel altereds. Looks like our next pair is going to be a pair of methanol burners. Randy Mueller in the Nightmare and Reed Taylor in the Crazy T. Knowles and Seraphin stay number 1 and number 2. Randy Mueller, number 14, just about to take a quick trip down that left side of the racetrack. And Reed Taylor, presently number 3 on the qualifying list with that 4:02. Actually, the first car down the racetrack in the first round of qualifying. Race crew making sure we are clean, safe, dry, and debris-free down on the racetrack so we can get that all clear and fire up the next pair here in our second round of fuel-altered qualifying. So the shuffling continues on a Friday night. The shadows getting longer, the temperature dropping a little bit, and these fuel-altered teams bringing their cars down the return road so all you race fans can get a chance to see them, how they look after the run. You get a chance to express some appreciation to these teams. Great work by them as the performances just continue to improve here on Friday night. And the word comes in from the top end of the racetrack that we are all clear and ready to light the next pair. Randy Mueller in the Nightmare, Reed Taylor in the Crazy T. So this one will be Crazy T against Crazy Randy, which is the name on the side of Randy Mueller's funny car. Crazy Randy from Floresville, Texas, near San Antonio. Reed Taylor from Indian Springs, Nevada. Reed Taylor, Seafield winner in the inaugural Fuel Altered Chaos last November here. Had a great performance, and in the final round, took out the long distance winner, that awesome Raw Valley car from Sweden, Joe Leuenberg and his family. Racing family and blood family. Doing a great job. They might actually be tuned in. I don't know if they are. Hello to my good friends from Sweden. Live stream brought to you on the Tucson Dragway YouTube channel by CP Carrillo. Race crew says we are good to go. And so the teams fire their cars. Randy Mueller in the Nightmare. Strong. Taylor in the Crazy T. Nice smoky burnout down that right side. Both cars into the reverse gear, heading back towards the starting line. Wasting no time. Randy Mueller presently sits number 14. Reed Taylor sits number 3. Reed with a 402, Randy with a 589. Crazy Randy eases up, looking for that first infrared beam. And finds it. Reed Taylor waiting to follow suit. Inches that car forward. Both cars in the pre-stage. All right, the Crazy T down the right side. 398, 187.7. The Crazy T joins the 3-second club and drops 400s, just a little over 300s off the previous best performance. And Randy Mueller goes 504, drops a whole bunch off that previous best run, 137 miles an hour, down the 92.9, the Bull Lane. So Taylor stays number 3, albeit by just a little, 6 thousandths of a second behind number 2. And Randy Mueller, number 14, at a 504. Stays in the same position, but gets way closer to the level of competition. They both made the turns, we think. Yes, looks like our first appearance by Mike Halstead in the Black Pearl Nitro Burner. Now, if you're looking for one to take some pictures of, this is certainly one of those that you don't want to miss. The Black Pearl. 4-time March Meet champions with support from Mike's Transmission of Lancaster, California. Tuners Mike Stewart and Michael Stewart. Tom Otto, Christy Stewart, Tracy Halstead, Tana Otto, and Barry Hoyle. 95% dose of pop in the tank with that 500 cubic inch Brad Anderson Engineering Hemi. 125 cubic inch Victory Race Cars chassis. This is the first run they've made of the weekend here at Tucson Dragway, or at least the first run they've made today. So they are not on the qualifying sheet. Let's see what kind of number they put on the board as they are prepared and ready to go down the American Walk-In Coolers lane. Mike Halstead. Right down the middle of the groove to a 398, joins the 3-second club in style, 185.7 miles an hour, 119 green light, 967 to 60 feet, 264 to half track, and another 3-second performance. Beautiful right down the middle, 398, 185.7, and the Black Pearl team showing out. Black Pearl bumps into the number 3 spot. We've got 3 cars at 398. Brandon Seraphin, 398 with a 2. Mike Halstead, 398 with a 3. And Reed Taylor, 398 with an 8. And so the list of 3-second performers continues to expand. Now there are 4. Another car we haven't seen before today in qualifying. We've seen him several times in Funny Car Chaos and Fuel Altered Chaos competition, but just not today. That is Sheldon Lofgren with the Arizona Thunder twin turbo Hemi. Gonna be on the tower side of the racetrack in the 92.9, the Bull Lane. Taking on that awesome Rust Bucket, defending champion from 2025. That is Mitch Bowen from Flagstaff, Arizona. You notice very quickly the difference in the sound of the twin turbo Hemi. After the burnout, it's not nearly so loud. Watch for this one as he gets ready to take it down the racetrack. Frequently, Sheldon Lofgren is top speed of the meet, as those twin turbos create that horsepower. The more horsepower, the more RPM, the more horsepower. Should be good, as we have seen this guy in the final rounds in funny car trim in the Arizona Thunder. Mitch Bowen already has nothing else to prove, but he would like to go ahead and take home another trophy and another big check in the Rust Bucket, take it back to Flagstaff. They've been racing with us in chaos ever since 2018, I believe, at the first Funny Car Chaos race at Amarillo Dragway. First time we got a chance to see the Northland Express. The fuel altered, they call it the Rust Bucket. They are presently qualified number 8. Sheldon Lofgren making his first qualifying run. Let's see where they wind up. Green lights on both sides, and they are cooking. 423 and 422. Mitch Bowen, 169.6. Sheldon Lofgren, the twin turbo Hemi, 423 at 167 miles an hour. Man, they were getting it done going down the racetrack. Beautiful pair matched up there. Mitch Bowen, number 8. Sheldon Lofgren, number 9, which is number 1 in the Western Differential B field. So they were very closely matched. Over 167 miles an hour, both of them down the racetrack. A 422 with a 3. Not quite as good as the 422 with the 1 in his previous run. But I'll tell you, Rust Bucket, they are very definitely feeling good about their chances of repeating their win from last year. All right, American Nostalgia Racing Association, test and tune. Staging lanes are open for you, so we do want to get you down the racetrack. ANRA, American Nostalgia Racing Association, test and tune. Lane 7 and 8 for Pro Tree, 4/10 Pro Tree. Lane 5 and 6 for 5/10 Full Tree. Ready to rock and roll, we are Dylan Winevsky, Chino Valley, Arizona, the Plan A car of Johnny West. Another one of those cars that qualified and ran in the 3-second zone in 2025, making their first qualifying run as they had some fuel pump problems, which they seem to have been able, sounds like they were able to fix. That car is sounding strong, looking strong on the burnout in the 92.9, the Bull Lane. John Brewer from right here in Tucson put that car in the qualified field right now. They are sitting number 15 as their run was a 488 with a 1. They would like to pick up the tempo with that car that you see on the right side of the center stripe. So the Plan A making their first run, they'd like to get themselves get in where they fit in. That's usually in the A field. Let's see what they do. John Brewer would like to both cars on good looking runs down the racetrack. 415 left side, 455 right side. Brewer does move up 150 miles an hour, and the first performance for Dylan Winevsky, 415, 164 miles an hour. Winefsky goes to number 6 in the A field. That bumps Bowen back down to exactly where he wants to be, number 1 in the B field. And John Brewer moves up. A 455 places him number 6 in the B field. 455 drops a bunch, 33 hundredths off his previous best performance. That's the kind of thing that we thought we might see as the sun headed towards the western sky, as the temperatures went down a little bit, and we are seeing the dream come to fruition as these teams are performing better than they did earlier. All kinds of changes on the qualifying sheet, and one more round to go. ANRA racers, if you haven't already been to the ANRA table to sign the waiver and to pick up your policy packet, you're going to need to do that before you try to qualify or run tomorrow. It might let you get away with it today, but tomorrow you're going to have all those things signed, your waiver signed, and pick up your policy packet. All of you ANRA racers, about half of you have done it, about half of you need to. So make sure you get that done today. Staging lanes are open for ANRA competitors. 4/10 Pro Tree, lanes 7 and 8. 5/10 Full Tree, lanes 5 and 6. 5/10 Pro Tree, lanes 3 and 4. Junior Dragsters, lanes 1 and 2. All right, so we will have our qualifying list out. That will be published on social media, of course, and we'll give you a rundown from the tower here. We have got ANRA Test and Tune coming your way. Once again, Pro Tree time trials, lane 4/10 Pro Tree, lanes 7 and 8. 5/10 Pro Tree, lanes 3 and 4. 5/10 Full Tree, lanes 5 and 6. And Junior Dragsters, lanes 1 and 2. ANRA racers, your Test and Tune time has finally arrived. Now, if you haven't already been over to the ANRA trailer, if you're racing ANRA, you need to get your waiver signed and you need to pick up your policy packet. You need to do that before racing begins tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Preferably have that done tonight. Don't forget, race fans, coming up here in just a little bit, we have got Nitro Mike in the PT Cruiser wheel stander. If you haven't seen this one, you definitely want to make sure that you hang around for that. There is one more round of fuel-altered qualifying. We have got Test and Tune for our ANRA, and we've got Nitro Mike in the wheel stander. All that coming your way here on Friday night at Tucson Dragway. ANRA test and tune. ANRA test and tune. Your time has arrived. 4/10 Pro Tree, lanes 7 and 8. 5/10 Full Tree, lanes 5 and 6. 5/10 Pro Tree, lanes 3 and 4. Junior Dragsters, lanes 1 and 2. Attention racers, and when you're coming to the staging lanes, if you can, and I highly recommend that you do, stay out of lanes 2 and 3, you'll be able to see some evidence of some fluid that's in those lanes. We don't want you to get that on your tires and take it further. So watch that lane 2 and 3 area and go around it as much as possible. Please and thank you. So racers, just so that you know, the track lights are going to be coming on shortly as the sun sets. When the track lights are on, the tail lights need to be on. Presumably you have tail lights. If you don't, you're going to need to secure some, but when track lights are on, tail lights need to also be on. And we move now into test and tune with the junior dragsters leading us off. Across the finish line, 11:72, 54 miles an hour left side, 14:22, 45.4 miles an hour right side. And lights on, tail lights on as well. We are in test and tune for our ANRA competitors. Got us a supercharged, altered, ready to go down that right side of the racetrack. American Walk. This beautiful altar today on a time run. Good looking run down that right side. 450 track, 795 at 120 miles an hour across the 1320. Randall Ferguson brings a slingshot from La Habra Heights, California. Power in the dragster. Ferguson powers down the American Walk-In Coolers lane to an 818 at 161. Continuing with our test and tune before we have our wheel stander with Nitro Mike coming up. And this is Don Ferguson, another California racer with a slingshot dragster. Don from Huntington Beach, California. Ferguson and the dragsters stopping the clocks through the quarter with a 7.92, 172.3 miles an hour. In the 92.9, the bull lane. Short wheelbase dragster. Naturally aspirated. 0.73 reaction time. 5.52 to the half track point. 8.76, 149.4 miles an hour. Three counts down, the Chevy Nova on the way down that right side lane. And at the finish, 983, 136.2 miles an hour. Well, racers, the track lights are on. Once again, when track lights are on, your tail lights need to be on. So make sure before you bring it into the water box that your tail light is on. The left steer roadster. Stopping the clocks with a 962 at 140 miles an hour. Flashing back to the early 70s, got Howard Gerstle from Sahuarita, Arizona in the Ford Pinto. On that right side of the center stripe, and Wolfmeyer, 70 left side. Wolfmeyer 11:15 at 118 miles an hour. Gerstle goes 681 at 79.9 miles an hour to 660. Backs out of the throttle the rest of the way down. Steve Shoemaker in the pickup truck taking on the Mopar. And it's going to be the Pentastar on the right side. Yes, getting to the finish line first. Stopping the clocks at 11:14, 118.8, while the pickup goes 13:04, 104.9. That'll make way for another pair of bow tie. It's going to be the Chevy 2 of Haley Hanger on the tower side of the racetrack, and Steve Valdez from Douglas, Arizona on the right side. Hopping on down the racetrack to a 1061 at 124 to an 1141 at 117.7 miles an hour. Well, racers, staging lanes are open for test and tune. Want to get some test laps in? Great time to do it is right about now. We are just a few minutes away from the wheel stander And in 45 minutes, I will be giving a call to the fuel altereds. Mark Johns in the fastback Mustang, 1083, 123 miles an hour. Well, you're getting a chance to see all kinds of race cars this weekend at Tucson Dragway. We've got the door cars, we've got the junior dragsters, we've got the slingshot dragsters, the left steer roadsters, and of course, taking center stage, we have got the fuel altereds. But one of the things that you really don't get to see very often is Nitro Mike in a PT Cruiser wheel stander. Now, this beast is some kind of cool, and I do mean some kind of cool. And when you get a chance to see it go down the racetrack, it makes an impression that you will remember for a long time. And that's coming your way here in just a little while, as Nitro Mike has got the car just about ready to go when he brings it to the starting line and does the flame show. The wheel stander absolutely will rock your world. That's something that you've got coming up for you here in just a little while. We are under an hour before the third and final qualifying round for our fuel altered chaos competitors. Had a great second round as the qualifying positions were shuffled a great deal. You can see on the Fuel Altered Chaos social media page, or at least on the Facebook page, that's a real easy place to find it, that the qualification positions have been posted. You can see we are very much looking good for an A field and a B field. There are some more cars that have not had an opportunity to go down the racetrack. Depends upon if they are able to make the repairs that they need to in order to get qualified. So we'll be watching and waiting to see what happens in that third and final qualifying round. This is the last qualifier for our fuel altered competitors. You make the show or you don't. It's how it shakes out. But we are very definitely looking for a CP Carrillo A field and a Western differential B field. And we may have some type of a shootout of one type or another for those that qualify under number 16. Maybe I should say over number 16, 17 or higher. But we want everybody to get an opportunity to compete, have fun, put on a great show for the awesome fans of Tucson Dragway. Now, as a guy that's not been to Arizona very many times except passing through, the most time that I've ever spent in Arizona is right here at Tucson Dragway last November and this weekend. And everything from the local folks that work at the airport to the local folks that work here at the racetrack and the racers speak very highly to the quality of folks in your part of the country. So it's been very much a pleasure to be here to enjoy the races with you and to get the flavor of Tucson, Arizona. Got to tell you, it's a place that's very easy to like. If you haven't already had dinner, we have got some vendors that would love to take care of you. Gonzalo's Concessions, those bacon-wrapped burritos and more. SJ's Yummy Kettle Corn. Donut Blitz and the coffee. Tucons for your espresso or your ice cream. And plus the rolled ice cream vendor. They are serving it fresh and with a smile. Make sure you get yourself some of those delicious taste treats while you enjoy the racing at Tucson Dragway here tonight. Scoop brings the Ranger pickup to the starting line for another pass. '83 vintage Ford Ranger pickup. Scuba loves racing here at Tucson Dragway. I see why. Scuba takes that full tree countdown, puts a 005 red reaction time on the board. That's close to perfect. Takes it through the quarter with 106.04 mile per hour terminal velocity and a lapse time of 12.892 seconds. The Chevy 2 up next, Haley Hanger from Buena Park, California. Love this car. Pretty much a hugger orange color. Maybe a slight variation, but not much. That one's easy to like. Haley down the racetrack, stopping the clocks with an 11:55 at 100, 17.3 miles an hour. T-Bone Thomas takes that 56 Ford custom line down the left side, the 92.9, the Bull lane, 1067, 110 plus miles an hour. Out there on Fuel Altered Alley, the crews are working hard to get their fuel altereds ready for this third and final qualifying shot. In the meantime, in between time, we've got some test and tune going on for our American Nostalgia Racing Association teams. Looks like the junior dragsters are ready to make another run. Dalton Akers ready to make a solo run down the 92.9 the Bull lane. Don't forget, racers, when the track lights are on, your tail lights need to be on. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Nitro Mike, I'm getting a groundswell of requests for that PT Cruiser to make a run. If you've got it ready, why don't you bring it to the lanes and let's get her done? Or if you want to come up the short chute in front of the Chaos trailer and just make your entrance that way, come on down. Nitro Mike and the PT Cruiser, we want to see ya. Under the lights on a Friday night with the ANRA. And we've got the altered ready to go to the starting line. And we've got Nitro Mike in the PT Cruiser ready to make his first exhibition runs of the weekend. Coming soon to a starting line near you. All right, race fans, we got a little test and tune that we're doing. We're going to run the cars out of the staging lanes. Test and tune racers, you got about 5 minutes if you want to make a test and tune run before we do the nitro mic and the fuel altereds come to the staging lanes. We will be closing the staging lanes very shortly. Haley Hanger is out of Buena Park, California. Brings the Chevy 2 up for a run in the American walk-in coolers lane on the right side of the center stripe. Across the finish line at 117 miles an hour goes Haley Hanger, 11:57 the elapsed time. See, Nitro Mike, I was telling you we have 12 of requests for the wheel stander. They're coming up to the starting line, so you'll get a chance to put on a show in front of a great bunch of people that really want to see that PT Cruiser and the magic that you bring to the track. Guinness World Record holder, Nitro Mike. And it's junior dragster time again. And when the track lights are on, the tail lights are on. And we can see tail lights and even more lights on our junior dragsters. Down the right side, 1188, 52.3 miles an hour. And down the left side, 1419, 45.14. Run out our test and tuners, the left steer roadster down that right side lane. Nice pass 972, 136.9 miles an hour. Nitro Mike comes to us all the way from British Columbia, Canada. He's got the PT Cruiser with the supercharged power plant back there by the rear bumper. He's got the Guinness World Record for the longest wheel stand. NitroMike.com is the website. You can read all about this man and his exploits, his talent and skill as a builder, and a guy with a passion for speed. Also a guy with a passion for showmanship, as you will see that coming up here in just a few minutes. As he's brought that PT Cruiser out, he's going to get suited up, strapped in, and ready. And his deal is to go from one end of the racetrack to the other on the back wheels. Call that a wheel stander. That's what he does. He's amongst the best who have ever done it. All right, test and tune racers. Going to close the staging lanes in 3 minutes. Staging lanes close in 3 minutes. So if you can get here, great. And if you can't, they will be closed. We are bringing up fuel altereds at 8:30, which is 32 minutes from right now. We've got some preparation to do, and you get to see Nitro Mike. So down the right side of the racetrack to a 1050, Steve Valdez from Douglas, Arizona, 125.7 miles an hour. All right, so we have got the wheel stander just about ready to go. We got a couple of dragsters that want to make a run. ANRA racers, we have come up with a few more minutes for you to run. So the ANRA cars, if you want to go ahead and come to the staging lanes, we will have a little time between 8:10 and 8:25 for you to make some more runs if you'd like to. So we will open the staging lanes back up for time trials for 15 minutes from 8:10 to 8:25. At that point, we'll do track preparations and do the fuel altereds. And they will kick off about 8:45 for their third and final qualifier. Don Ferguson brings that beautiful dragster from Huntington Beach, California. Huntington Beach. Stayed there one time. It's where the land goes downhill to the Pacific Ocean. It's a beautiful waterfront property there in Huntington Beach. Don Ferguson brings his dragster all the way from the West Coast and puts the car through its paces here at Tucson Dragway. Stopping the clocks through the quarter mile with a 786 at 173.88 miles an hour. Once again, happy to have those of you tuned in on the live stream on the Tucson Dragway YouTube channel. Shout out to Prodigy's mom, Jeanette from Car Chicks, checking in. We've got our wheel stander coming up here in just a few moments. In case you missed the announcement, we did come up with a few more minutes for test and tune. ANRA, if you are needing to make one more hit or just wanting to make one more hit, go ahead and bring them to the staging lanes. We're going to send Nitro Mike down the racetrack and let him do his magic. But then we've got a few more minutes for test and tune from 8:10, 8:15 to 8:25 to 8:30. We will be calling fuel altereds at 8:25, and we are anticipating a start of that third and final qualifier at 8:45. We got a little bit behind with the cleanups from the Chapel racetrack. So we are just a little behind our 8:30 schedule, so fuel altereds 8:45. Randall Ferguson, La Habra Heights, California, 8:10 at 160.5. Once again, ANRA, we've got a little bit more time for test and tune. If you want to bring them to the staging lanes, assignments are the same. Lanes 7 and 8 for 4/10 pro tree, 5/10 full tree, lanes 5 and 6, junior dragsters 1 and 2, and 5/10 pro tree, lanes 3 and 4. All right, racer peoples, you wanted to see Nitro in the wheel stander PT Cruiser? It is time. You can hear that supercharged engine coming to life. Your Guinness Book of World Records record holder brings that PT Cruiser into the water, bringing that flame show to Tucson Dragway. Nothing like that. He goes on the back bumper on the burnout. A native of British Columbia. He's been racing his PT Cruiser for several years. Man, the flame show that he brings, not only is it a tire-smoking, high horsepower, supercharged power plant pushing that PT Cruiser down the racetrack, but he brings the pyrotechnics with him. And you're going to see those happening as he backs up from the burnout. He's got the wheelie bars on there. They will be sparking as he goes down the racetrack when he sets that baby on the back bumper. And the objective is to go from point A to point B, point A being the starting line, point B being the finish line, or whatever point he decides to get off the throttle and let it come back to earth. Nitro Mike. Let's let him hear it. You want to see him on two wheels? There he goes. Oh, yeah, the flames from the stacks on the back bumper all the way down the racetrack. Will he make it to... He's still on the back bumper. Look at this. Nitro Mike, nothing like it. He goes on two wheels, 12-12, 111 miles an hour. Man, talk about somebody that you got to be a little bit crazy to do that. Now, don't go anywhere because he's just likely to turn around and come back this way. You thought that was fun, watching him go to the end of the track? What if he turns around and comes back? Oh, man. I see the tail lights up there. Let's see if the flame show comes back on. Man, oh man. What a run. There we go. The fire show restarts. Can you imagine 111 miles an hour on two wheels? Man, oh man, what a driver, what a showman. He has got it going on, and that's why people book him in from all across the nation. Nitro Mike and his wheel stander PT Cruiser, making sure everybody's having a good time. He's getting ready to come out of the race car. When he comes out, show him a little love. Tell him how much you enjoyed what he does on the racetrack. Everybody, Nitro Mike! Man, I don't know how close that was to another Guinness World Record, but he was way down the track on the back bumper. That was incredible. And, of course, he is set up over there at the beginning of Fuel Altered Alley. So if you haven't taken the opportunity to go by and meet Mike, pick up the hero cards, he might even have some merchandise that helps him get down the road. But, man, you want to go by and see him and meet the team from British Columbia? What a show that they have brought to Tucson Dragway, and it just keeps on going. All right, get your marshmallows out. Nitro Mike, what a show. Did you like that, race fans? Yeah, me too. All right, we got test and tune for another 10 to 15 minutes. ANRA, if you want another hit, let's get you on the racetrack. And we are looking for fuel altereds. You're going to be coming to lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8. We will call you in 10 minutes. 10 minutes we will call fuel altereds. ANRA time trials, test and tune. Bring it to the staging lanes for me now. So race fans, next on the schedule, got just a little bit more time for test and tune. And we have got our fuel altereds coming your way at 8:45 with their third and final qualifying opportunity. With the ANRA, you'll see all kinds of cool cars. Altereds, slingshot dragsters, left steer roadsters, and door cars, plus gassers, plus junior dragsters. They have got a great group that runs this series, and we're getting a chance to see a bunch of them here at Tucson Dragway. Dragster up next, taking that left side, 92.9 the bull lane. And we will call fuel altereds in about 9 minutes. Kevin Knowles, Brian Serafin, Mike Hallstad, Reed Taylor, Chris Vogel, Dylan Winevsky, Nasby, and Bennett in the top 8 positions in fuel altered qualifying. Bowen, Lofgren, Holman, Wilson, Barnett, Brewer, Steislav, and Flower round out the second 8. Still hoping to see some more of those fuel altereds come out. And the dragsters stopping the clocks with an 873 at 150.6 miles an hour down that left side lane. So just a little bit more test and tune for our ANRA competitors. Track preparations and the third and final qualifier for fuel altered chaos coming your way in a minute. Up next, going to be Sam I Am in the Green Eggs and Ham Chevy Malibu. 1968 vintage Chevelle, 510 cubic inches. Got to be a big block. Underneath the hood of the Green Eggs and Ham, Arroyo Grande, Big Creek, California, Butch Hesrick. 1076, 125.78 miles an hour. in the California Chevelle. Fuel altered, third round qualifying. Lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8, please. Fuel altereds. Fuel altereds, third round qualifying. Lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8. Come on down. Fuel altereds. Don't forget, racers, to download the app, Go Dead on Alerts. Keep you up to date on all the lane calls, any changes that may be made, or announcements from race control. Go Dead on Alerts. That's the app that you need when you're here at Tucson Dragway. Whether you're a racer, whether you're a spectator, you can get the Go Dead on Alerts, and you will get the announcements from race control directly to your smart device. Fuel altereds, third round qualifying. Fuel altereds to the staging lanes, please. Once again, lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8. So race fans getting the chance to see the wheel stander. Extra special tonight. It's Nitro Mike really outdid himself with something close to another record run. Fuel altereds coming to the staging lanes for their third and final opportunity to shuffle the qualifying deck. Fuel altereds, lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8. Fuel altereds, lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8, please. Race crew is doing that last track prep before the fuel altereds take the track. That's coming your way here in just a few minutes as the first of the fuel altereds are ready to roll. They are rolling into the staging lanes as we speak. Some of these teams were ready to go early with not a lot of maintenance to do. They were able to make a quick turn. Some of the teams not quite so fortunate, having more work to get done, and we wanted to allow them time to make that happen. But enough time has elapsed that each and every crew should be able to have their car in the staging lanes. Those that wish to make a run in this third and final qualifying round. So fuel altered final round qualifying. Lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8 are open for you. We'll be ready to see you strut your stuff out there on the racetrack. Well, as the sun began to creep towards the western horizon and the temperatures dropped a little bit, we were expecting performance improvements in the second round of qualifying. We got that as 11 of the teams made their best run in the second qualifier as opposed to the first qualifier. Now, we are not sure exactly how many of the teams are going to come back for this third round of qualifying. There are several that would like to move up. There are several that haven't made a run yet, and so they're hoping to do a one-shot does it and get themselves into the program. And we are wishing that for them just as much as they are. But it's definitely cooler. The sun has gone down. We are under the lights. The track conditions remain excellent. The weather conditions better than they were. It's still warm, it's still dry, but it's not as warm. And it is going to be a good night in this third and final qualifying shot for our Fuel Altered Chaos competitors. 4 cars under 4 seconds so far. The bump spot in the CP Carrillo A field of 4:18. And the bump spot in the Western Differential B field right now of 4:83. So lots of things are possible depending upon who shows up to run and who's able to put the horsepower to the ground in this third and final qualifier for our Fuel Altered Chaos competitors. We are very much appreciative of our good friends at Western Differential for their ongoing continued support of Fuel Altered Chaos and especially of Tucson Dragway, along with Larice Motorsports Insurance and CP Carrillo. Driven Racing Oils, the official oil and lubricant of the Fuel Altered Chaos, Funny Car Chaos, and Nitro Chaos franchises. And, of course, great help always coming to the Chaos races from our good friends Up in Fulton, Illinois, Twisted Shifters and 360 Steel. Wizards Warehouse and Wolf Pumps, longtime supporters of all things chaos. We appreciate them. Meyer Enterprise, DallasMachineShop.com, Dunn Offset Mag Drives, Pro Things Apparel, and of course, if you're going to race in Arizona, you're going to need an awning to protect you from the elements, whether those elements are the driving sun or occasionally something else from the sky. Not that often around here, but when it comes, you sure need to be protected. DMP Awning is the name to know for your awning for whatever application, whether it's your race car trailer, whether it's your RV, whether it is an outdoor event trailer of some kind, whether you are a vendor or you are have a travel trailer or an RV or it's your race trailer. DMP Awning is the name to remember. They are the best in the business. When you are ready for the highest quality in awnings, it's DMP. DMP Awnings. Dove Fuels LLC, the official nitro source of Nitro Chaos, Fuel Altered Chaos, and Funny Cart Chaos. And of course, Spell Paving Services. Fuel Altereds, lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8, please. Fuel Altereds, lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8. Race fans, we will begin tomorrow with a non-denominational chapel service at 9 a.m. in the pitside grandstands closest to the tower. You're invited to join in for that. It will be time trials and qualifying for our ANRA competitors. And that'll start sometime after chapel tomorrow. Opening ceremonies at 1:45 for Fuel Altered Chaos, and round one, beginning with the CP Carrillo A field. That's going to be at straight up 2 o'clock. So you and your friends and all those gearheads in your life looking for a great time at the drag strip, 2 o'clock tomorrow is when the racing starts. You'll want to make sure that you're here early to get your shopping done at the Chaos merchandise trailer. Get those official event shirts. Get yourself fixed up with something cold to drink, something hot and savory to eat. Get ready to spend a great day at the drags with your friends here at Tucson Dragway with the second Fuel Altered Chaos. Temperature has dropped all the way to 81 degrees. So these racing teams, they bring weather stations, many of them with them in their trailer. So they have got the analysis done on weather conditions. They already know the track conditions are excellent. You've seen the numbers already this weekend to know that the track prep is on point. Now that it's not so hot, 81 degrees, These engines like that better. There's plenty of grip on the track. We might see a few more 3-second runs, might see 200 miles per hour for the first time. I don't know just exactly what all we might see, but the stage has definitely been set for some excellent performances as our fuel-altered racers make their way to the staging lanes. Once again, fuel-altered third round qualifier. This is your final shot. Third round qualifying, lanes 5 and 6, lanes 7 and 8. Bring them to the staging lanes now. Friday night at the Pima County Fairgrounds, you get a serenade with supercharged cars going in a straight line on one side, naturally aspirated cars going in a circle on the other side. For a gearhead, it's a pretty sweet serenade. We're getting ready to make some real noise here in a minute. Fuel altered. Final qualifier coming up. So one of the mysteries we hope to be solving here very soon is, will the pinball wizard be out? They did not record a time in the first round, although they did take the Christmas tree. There was a whole lot of crazy stuff happened next to them, and thankfully they were not in the middle of it. But to me, one of the cars with the best name, with the best backstory, all of you music lovers who know all about Tommy, the rock opera, the Pinball Wizard being the best known song, certainly not the only known song from that rock opera, but the best known song from it for sure, and a great name for a race car. So hoping to see Pat Neal and the Pinball Wizard and that crew be able to make a run. Team out of Tucson, Arizona, with owner David Sharp. Remains to be seen. We have got cars coming into the staging lanes, 5, 6, 7, 8, getting ready to dance. Final qualifying shot for our fuel-altered chaos competitors on a Friday night under the lights. Race day tomorrow. If you haven't already made your plans to be here, gates will open at 8, chapel at 9. Racing will start sometime around 11 with our ANRA qualifying and time trials. Round 1 fuel altereds, 2 o'clock after opening ceremonies at 1:45. Coming to the tail end of the first part of the 2026 season here at Tucson Dragway. Unlike most places, we take our break in July and August rather than November and December. November and December, it's too nice not to race in the Tucson area. But July and August, it's too hot to be outside, much less put on a fire suit and race. So we take July and August off. We will pick things back up as the temperatures get a little more temperate in September. Race September through December and continue it January through June. Keep up with our social media and our website so you know what's happening here at the racetrack all the time, because you can bet there's something happening here all the time as this great crew continues to bring excellence to the world of motorsports at Tucson Dragway. Now, Chaos is going to be making the trek to the northeast side of Ohio next weekend for Memorial Day weekend for the inaugural Chaos Super Nationals. That's at Summit Motorsports Park. They're at Norwalk, Ohio. Nitro Chaos and Funny Car Chaos both in competition. Promises to be a great outing there at one of America's favorite racetracks. Can't wait to be there. It'll be my first time there. I've had several people in the Chaos family talking about it'll be their first time there too. We can hardly wait to get there. This Tucson Dragway staff, the fans, the racers here, absolutely tip-top. Second time for us to be here, and looking forward to the third trip next November. Great place to hold a drag race, and a great place, looks to me like a great place to do just about anything. Looks like we have got the equipment off the racetrack, so probably going to be suiting up, strapping in, and sending our first pair of fuel altereds down the racetrack momentarily. If you strayed off somewhere, you want to see these cars go down the racetrack, it's time to get back to the stands or the fence or wherever your favorite spot to watch a drag race is, because we're going to make some noise here in just a few moments. Fuel Altered Chaos, the second ever. Both of them have taken place here. We're going to see who winds up in the A field, who winds up in the B field, who winds up outside those fields for whatever shakes out tomorrow. Well, as the saying goes, if you're waiting on me, you're backing up. Our first pair getting ready to fire up, John Brewer and Greg Holman. Number 15 and number 11 qualifiers. Greg Holman on the right side of the center stripe in the American walk-in coolers lane. Put a 455 on the board, moving up from a 488. So dropped a bunch off of his previous best in that second qualifier. Greg Holman did that. John Brewer actually is the one that went from 488 to 455. I think Greg Holman went from 488 to 431, and that put him in the number 3 qualified spot in the Western Differential B field. Kingman, Arizona, home for Greg Holman, and Tucson, Arizona, home for John Brewer. As they bring their cars up for the last run of the night for them. .422, the number at the top of the B field. Let's see if they're shooting for that number under these great weather conditions. Greg Holman down the right side, stops the clocks at 4:15. Bumps all the way into the A field in position number 7. Wow, makes a big move up. A 431 to a 415, drops 16 hundredths off his previous best time. And Holman out of Kingman, Arizona says, let me in that A field. 415 goes to number 7. And John Brewer, 511. Like he had something unexpected happen at the starting line at 511 at 147.48. Didn't fall off performance-wise that much, but his 455 will keep him in the number 14 position, number 6 in your B field. So we alluded to the drop in the temperature and the weather conditions, perhaps making it possible for these teams to step up and step out with a better performance. Greg Holman did just that, going 415 and jumping into the A field. Wow. As they head for the exits in the shutdown area, our next pair is suited up and ready to go. Reed Taylor from Indian Springs, Nevada is going to be on the right side of the center stripe in the American walk-in coolers lane. Presently qualified in the 4 spot. Reed ran 398, one of those. He's the 4th of the 3-second club competitors, and he's going to go down that same right side lane where Greg Holman just had a big performance improvement. Man, a smoke show indeed on that right side. And on the tower side in the 92.9, the Bull lane, that's going to be Rob Steislaw. Rob has got the nasty habit, fuel altered, brings it to a stop, watches the backup girl come out to give him instructions on where exactly to keep the car and guide it into the proper location after the burnout. Steislaw, left side from Idaho, presently number 15 on the qualified list. Reed Taylor, presently number 4. So both cars improved their performance from round 1 in round 2. Let's see if they can step it up a little more here in the 3rd round. Into the pre-stage goes Rob Steislaw. Crazy T of Reed Taylor. Easing towards that first infrared. Finds it. Crazy T off the throttle a little bit early, goes through at 446. Hey, a 460, 153.9 miles an hour for Steislaw in the nasty habit. Steislaw improves his best performance by a 10th, goes to 460, stays number 15 in the qualifying list. but got to be happy about that better performance. As they head towards the exit, our next pair going to be Clint Barnett from Hayesville, Kansas. Clint in the 13 spot right now with a 4:53 is going to take that right side lane. And Mitch Bowen in the Rust Bucket, number 2 qualifier right now in the Western Differential B field, is going to line up in the 92.9 The Bull lane. So next up, Arizona and Kansas, Mitch Bowen, Clint Barnett, next to take the track in this third and final round of fuel-altered qualifying. All right, so racers and race fans, we have the updated schedule for you for tomorrow. We'll go over that for you here in just a minute as we got fire in the pipes. Rust Bucket Bowen from Flagstaff, Tower Side. Number 10 on the hit parade so far. Clint Barnett in the Rat Wagon. Number 14 on your hit parade at the moment. Bowen's best run so far, 4:22 with a 1. And Barnett's best run so far, 4:53 with a 0. Barnett made that run in the first go. Bowen made his best run on his first run. So let's see what the cars are feeling at this time of evening. Temperature down to the low 80s. And the track temperature drops as well. We've seen the cars improve. What about this one? I know Mitch Bowen would like to move up exactly 1 spot. Down that right side, Clint Barnett's Rat Wagon, 4:05. Did he improve or what? 4,800s off his previous best, 183.59 miles an hour in the American Walk-In Coolers lane. Clint Barnett from Hayesville, Kansas, fires the shot. Mitch Bowen's Rust Bucket lost traction at the hit. And so he will stay where he was, although where he is now is one back of where he was when he started. He goes from number 2 in the B field to number 3 in the B field. And Clint Barnett is going to jump up into the A field. Barnett jumps up all the way to number 6 in the CP Carrillo A field. Clint Barnett goes to number 6 in the A field with a 4:05, puts Greg Holman on the bump. And Rich Nasby in the number 1 spot of the B field. Mitch Bowen bumped down to number 3. Next up, it's going to be Rich Nasby. Rich presently sits number 1 in the Western Differential B field. It's a pretty good place to be. His best run so far, 4:16 in the car out of Tucson. And it went quiet. Nasby's T-Bucket with the Hemi power. Sat there and ran for a little bit, but they shut it off. The Chaotic car right here in Tucson. Qualified 8th in 2025 at the inaugural event with a 4:19 at 1:55. Presently sitting number 1 in the Western Differential B field. And they're hoping they can get everything ready to go, fire this baby up, and make a run. So if you're wondering how the car got its name, perhaps you're getting a clue about it right now. Maybe the third time is a charm. Let's find out. Nope. Third time was not a charm. How about these teams coming back from the top end in front of the race fans? Man, great show, great show. Love seeing those performance improvements down there, racers. Well, a tough break right there for the Chaotic team. Although sitting number 1 in the Western Differential B field is not a bad place to be. B-field bump spot right now belongs to Phil Flower with a 483. Phil is going to be up next in the 92.9, the Bull lane. Lines up next to Sheldon Lofgren in the twin-turbo Arizona Thunder car from Gilbert, Arizona. Sheldon right now, number 12 qualifier. That is number 4 in your Western Differential B field. Twin turbo Hemi. Spins those tires, makes them smoke, doesn't make a lot of sound. Phil Flower, some kind of monster, had trouble on his previous run. 483, their best run so far. 423, best run so far for Arizona Thunder. Very happy that Phil Flower brings his car to Fuel Altered Chaos at Tucson Dragway. Rumor had it that he might be retiring, but he is still at it, and we love it. Sheldon Lofgren, Gilbert, Arizona, twin-turbo Hemi-powered Arizona Thunder. Going to take it down that right side lane. Drivers in the pre-stage. Reaction times within 4 thousandths, and at the finish line, 429 and 435. Some kind of monster steps up a bunch. 435, 157.39 miles an hour for Phil Flower. Sheldon Lofgren, 429, 161 miles an hour flat. Both cars under 1 second to 60 feet and 280 at the track, half-track point. 429 right side, 435 left side. Good looking runs there. So Flower going to move up to number 6 in the B field. Lofgren stays where he was, the 423, his previous best run. And he stays number 12, which is number 4 in the Western Differential B field. So one thing that changed with that pair is if everything shakes out the same, they would have been racing each other in the first round. Now, they don't have to do that, depending upon what else happens. Well, all right, it's Jimmy Kelso in the Speed Sport car. Talk about your heroic efforts. They kicked the rods out of their Nitro Hemi on the burnout in the second qualifier, but they have been able to get it rebuilt. They're going to make this last-ditch effort. Put the car into the program. And so the question that we were asking earlier, will the Pinball Wizard be back? And the answer is yes. There they are with a team out of Tucson. Both of these teams out of Tucson going side by side in this qualifier. Pat Neal needs a number. Quicker than 460 with an 8. I guess the same could be said for Kelso on the tower side. Neither car with a qualified number. And Speed Sport down the tower side to a 390 at 191.5 miles an hour. Pinball Wizard does get a number, 691, 133.44 miles an hour. Not exactly your picture-perfect run, but the best one we've seen for them this weekend. 691, 133.44 miles an hour. We'll see how that goes. 390 with a 1. Jimmy Kelso goes to number 2 on your hit parade. Bumps everyone back except Kevin Knowles by 1. That puts the bump spot now. Dylan Winefsky at 415 with a 2-0. Greg Holman, number 1, now in the B field. Gets bumped back there. So Kelso and the Speed Sport team, catastrophic engine failure on their first attempt. That happened on the burnout, so they did not have a number to even be on the list. But what an effort they made to put their engine back together and bring it up here for a one last chance qualifying shot, and they made it count, going to number 2 in the CP Carrillo A field at a 390, 191.5 miles an hour. Not quite low ET, but it is top speed of the event so far. So hats off to the Speed Sport team. And the Pinball Wizard team, they do get a number on the board, 691 at 133.4 miles an hour. That is outside of the B field. We'll see how that shakes out for race day tomorrow. Next up, going to be Chris Vogel and Mike Halstead. Black Pearl and mental therapy. That's right. Black Pearl, Mike Halstead, Riverside, California. Next up on the tower side. We thought we might see some of these improved performances, and we're seeing a bunch of them. All kinds of great stuff happening on the racetrack. Bodes well for eliminations tomorrow beginning at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And that reminds me to give you the revised schedule for tomorrow. There's no change in the chapel service. It still is at 9 o'clock in the morning. Pitside grandstands closest to the tower. ANRA, you've got a driver meeting at 10 o'clock in the morning. They're at the headquarters tent/table. ANRA driver meeting, 10 o'clock in the morning. Your first test hit is at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. And warm-up chaos, that's where we start up all the fuel altereds in succession out there on Fuel Altered Alley. That is at high noon. If you were here for it last year, that's one of the reasons I know you'll be back tomorrow. If you did not experience that last year, oh my goodness, you just got to be here tomorrow for warm-up chaos at high noon. ANRA first round qualifying 12:45. Prep and pre-race at 1:45. And fuel altered round 1 beginning with the A field, 2 o'clock. ANRA second round qualifying 3 o'clock. Going to give our race crew a little bit of a break at 4 o'clock. A little break and some track prep. And fuel-altered semifinals at 4:30 in the afternoon. ANRA round number 1 at 5. Round 2 at 6:15. And event finals kicking off at 7 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So that's your revised schedule for tomorrow's racing here at Tucson Dragway in the second ever Fuel-Altered Chaos. Got a pretty easy going schedule for you tomorrow. Chapel at 9, ANRA driver meeting at 10. Track goes hot at 11 o'clock. Warm-up chaos at noon. Opening ceremonies 1:45 and round 1 fuel-altereds 2 o'clock. So we have got Mike Halstead in the Black Pearl making a solo run down the left lane, the 92.9, the Bull lane. Halstead currently qualified in the number 4 spot, right in the middle of the CP Carrillo A field. One of those 3-second performers with a 3:98 on his one and only run so far. Halstead brings it up to the starting line with that nitro burner ready to rock. Right down the middle of the groove to a 395 at 189.87 miles an hour. Another performance improvement, and the Black Pearl goes quicker than they have all day. 395, 189, that's a 9.8860 foot time. 2.64 to the half track and a 395 at 189.87 miles an hour. And that's going to place them number 3. Doesn't bump anybody out because he was already in the 3-second club, but he does move himself into the number 3 spot. Great run. One more car, Chris Vogel in the Mental Therapy Topolino bodied machine from Castle Rock, Colorado. Best run so far for the Mental Therapy team, 4:04. That has them in the number 6 qualified spot. Stout performances this weekend for the Colorado team. I believe they are the last car in this 3rd and final qualifying round for fuel-altereds. 540 cubic inches of fuel-injected, supercharged Brad Anderson Hemi. It's propelling this Mental Therapy Topolino to some good runs. 4:04, number 6 on the hit parade. Want to see how the car's feeling here on this cool Friday night. Under the lights at Tucson Dragway here at the Pima County Fairgrounds. Great group of folks watching the drags as Fuel Altered Chaos returns to Tucson Dragway. This team makes the tow down from Castle Rock, Colorado. Let's take a ride with Chris Vogel. Cooking and booking. How about another 3-second performance? 398 with a 0, 178 miles an hour. How you like that? That 398. Now, there's quite a few teams that have gone 3.98 seconds. However, when you get down to that third digit, that makes a difference. Vogel goes 398 with a 0, moves up from number 6 to number 4. Doesn't change anything on the qualifying list except his position and pushes Brandon Seraphim and Reed Taylor down 1. Dylan Winefsky winds up with the bump spot, 415 with a 2. Great qualifying session there for our Fuel Altereds. Man, what a great set of performances as the cooler temperatures prevailed. The track conditions, as always, on point. Man, race fans, what a great night of qualifying for our Fuel Altereds. We will set the fields, post those on the social media pages, and we will post them on paper around the track. So a lot of great changes taking place, and the excellent performances continue here at Tucson Dragway. Well, race fans, if you are choosing to stay with us for any time longer, you'll be able to watch these teams put their vehicles up. They might have a little more time for some pictures and some conversation. And, of course, they are always happy to have you join us here at Tucson Dragway for Fuel Altered Chaos. And that's going to do it for our third and final qualifying round in Fuel Altered Chaos. Gates will open at 8 o'clock in the morning, chapel at 9, ANRA driver meeting at 10. Track goes hot with test hit for ANRA at 11 o'clock. Warm-up chaos takes place at noon. First qualifier for ANRA at 1 o'clock. Opening ceremonies 1:45. And round 1 Fuel Altered, starting with the CP Carrillo A field. That is at 2 o'clock tomorrow. We thank you for being here at Tucson Dragway on race day number 1, Friday. And we look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow for another great day of drag racing at Tucson Dragway. On behalf of all the management and staff of Tucson Dragway and Funny Car Chaos, my name's David. It's been my pleasure to be your voice in the chaos for today's racing. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Be careful and safe wherever you happen to go. We look forward to seeing you back tomorrow.